Just visit nextround.store. That's nextround.store, the official store of Double Down Media. The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hey, real interesting. People wanting to know in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, what is the password, the code word for Nut Dust to get the Nut Dust delivery for the holiday season? What is it, LT?
Yeah, I'm going to go through this for you real quick. Our friends at Nut Dust have got a great Black Friday sale. It runs through Cyber Monday. Nut Dust, perfect stocking stuffer for the cheeky person in your life. All natural body powder and 4 great scents. Buy one, get 10% off. Buy two, get 20% off. Buy three, get 30% off all Nut Dust orders. Make sure you look after your relatives, friends this holiday season. Go to officialnutdust.com to get this great deal. No code needed for that.
No code needed for that at all.
10% off one, two. Buy two, 20% off. Buy three or more, 30% off.
Yeah, that's all with our friends at Nut Dust right there. And don't forget, inside of our store, nextround.store, you can have a nice Black Friday sale as well, Brown.
Oh, Jimmy D, it is buy one, get the next one 50% off. Buy one, get the next one 50% off. No code needed. We'll take care of that. Buy one, get one 50% off. But any order over $80, code word SHIP, and you get free shipping. Any order over $80, use code word SHIP to get free shipping.
We will be at Soho Social a week from Thursday, so make plans to be with us. I think that's December 1st in Homewood, Soho Social. So come hang out with us 5 to 7 that night. Forrester, the Pro Football Focus quarterback ratings. I want to show you for the season, according to Pro Football Focus, who breaks down the film every week, the top-rated quarterbacks. The surprising one on there is going to be Jordan Travis, right there behind Drake May, tied with Hendon Hooker, slightly ahead of Bryce Young and Caleb Williams. Big game, Florida State in Tallahassee this weekend, but Jordan Travis is on the list.
Look, Mike Norvell's done a great job. I mean, they're in the top 15 now, and this was just an awful program for the last, I don't know how long, since Jimbo left them. But Jordan Travis is one of the reasons that they're sitting in the situation they're in right now, sitting at 8-3. I still can't get over Drake May. You know, as amazing as Spencer Rattler was, for Drake May to be that bad against Georgia Tech last week.
That was surprising.
21 touchdowns, 4 picks for Travis. Now, where they really excel is defensively. Florida State's defense is like
old school.
Mickey Andrews level good. Yeah. They have been playing dominant defense this year. I almost put Florida State in my my rivalries.
I had it down below Tennessee.
It just didn't quite get in the top 3 for me, but I am very interested in this game because Norvell seemed to be, especially with Deion Sanders floating around out there, on a little bit of a hot seat this year. He has certainly coached his way off that.
He really has. Shout out to you guys in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. Really good Nut Dust passwords or codes to get discounts. Jay Price says passcode left nut. That would get you a discount. Literally 50% off at that point, right?
That's true. Have off.
Goose says Dusty Bells. Password Dusty Bells. And Lone Soldiers goes strict Dabo on you. Bring your own nuts.
Bring your own nuts.
BYON, boys.
BYON. Bring your own nuts. All right. Thanks for being along for the ride on this Wednesday. It goes without saying, but we'll say it anyway, how thankful we are for all of you. The last 16 months have been special for us, and we hope we bring a little bit of joy and distraction into your world on a daily basis, weekly basis, however often you consume our show, whether you do it live or whether you do it on podcast or downloads. Just we are so thankful for this opportunity. Not only the blessings from God, but the blessings we have in this great country of ours and those that you guys provide us. And we hope we are a small blessing for all of you as well. Thank you guys so much. God bless you, and God bless America. Be safe.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
More meaningful football today around college football in this rivalry weekend. The Iron Bowl is tomorrow. Big basketball win last night for Alabama after we watched another classic Egg Bowl in a game that always delivers, it seems like, when it's on Thanksgiving night. Big NFL trio yesterday. We'll get to all that. We'll start with Lane Kiffin after we address what happened in the game. Mississippi State and Mike Leach finally get that first Egg Bowl win. First for Mike Leach. And, guys, he does it in an unconventional way for Mike Leach. He played great defense with Zach Arnett, and he ran the ball right down their throats.
Well, I think his defense has always been a little underrated. You go back to the Alan Scritch days of Washington State. But, yeah, as far as running the football, that has been a no-go for these offenses under Mike Leach. But I think based on conditions, maybe catching Ole Miss a little off guard. And Will Rogers, honestly, made bad decisions last night, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at 37, I love the fact that we're talking about how well they ran the football. 37 carries, 97 yards. But in that offense, now you got to consider that Will Rogers had minus 37.
That's right. He was going in the Ole Miss direction.
Yes. 8 carries, minus 37 yards for Will Rogers.
He almost led Ole Miss in rushing.
Because Ole Miss, the bigger key than them running the ball is that Ole Miss only had 78 rush yards.
Key to the game.
Yeah, and Judkins was held under 100.
Yeah, and Zach Evans, healthy, got 5 carries, but had 0 yards.
A big old goose egg in the Egg Bowl. So, yeah, I mean, that's the bigger story. When you take that away, which is what Alabama did, by and large, in the second half of that game. Arkansas couldn't do it, but they couldn't stop Arkansas. When you take that run away from Lane Kiffin, buddy, it is hard for him to call plays.
It really is. They could never establish the run last night. Many times into the red zone for Lane Kiffin early on, and I was tipping my hat to him saying, man, what a mature Lane Kiffin, because he kept taking field goal, and that was paying dividends. And then in the end, it's a Mississippi State win because they couldn't score a lot of touchdowns in the red zone. Before we get to Lane and Auburn and Lane are staying at Ole Miss, whatever we're going to do, you score a touchdown. The whole drive, you're down 8.
Yeah.
And you get there and you burn not one, but 2 timeouts to call a 2-point conversion play. That, my friends, was insanity watching him burn those timeouts.
Yeah.
It was unacceptable because you're right. I mean, look, the game situation. Once we score, everybody on that offense knows we're going for 2.
Yeah.
And to have to change personnel.
That's what burned your first time out, was you had to change personnel. And, yeah, Dunaway loved the fact that Jackson Dart with about 6 on the play clock looked back at the official like, we're going to get a reset out of this.
You want to reset the clock?
You want to reset that clock for us here at 6 on the play clock. But, Lance, you change personnel and give Leach and Zach Arnett credit for doing the smart thing. What do? They send their guys in like, don't rush to get there. Y'all just go ahead and take your time, get on in.
People should do that more often, by the way.
Well, they really should, and that was credit to them. So then you have to burn the timeout. Then I guess the second one, he wanted to. He didn't like the look he saw, or just wanted to see what look Mississippi State gave him. I don't know.
I think that's what it was, but yeah. I still think you've got to go on and. The play call was really, really good. Randy Charlton just made an incredible play.
Well, that was. I mean, you don't see that play a whole lot on that one.
No.
Most of the time, that guy has bitten up inside, and he realizes way too late, this is a shovel coming in behind me. And he made an incredible play.
But with that said, man, I don't. You might not like the personnel, whatever. I think you got to move forward with that. I say that you'd already burned 1 timeout. I don't know, to burn any timeouts in that situation is unacceptable.
It's my pet peeve.
Because you would have 3 timeouts. That means if you don't get the 2-point conversion, then you can, try the onside kick and still have 3 timeouts and maybe get it with 90 yards on the field or whatever.
I mean, in theory, you could kick it deep.
Or you could kick it deep, force them to have to do something, 3 timeouts, and maybe get the ball back in midfield.
In fact, I think you probably do kick it deep there because State's such a poor run team. Leach is not likely to throw there and save you a timeout. So he's going to want to probably burn all your timeouts. Now, Mike Leach is an unpredictable guy. But still, there's such a poor run team. I feel pretty good about kicking it deep there. I think there was a buck.
That was buck 25.
Buck 25, yeah. I feel good about kicking it deep, and at that point, I'm getting the ball back with a minute to go, and all I need is a field goal to win it. Now, crap conditions, but I need a field goal is all I need.
But give me a shot to win the game at that point.
Yeah, so that I think burning the timeouts, changed everything there. That forced them into the onside.
And then there was the call, or the no call, the no play that turned into an overturn, and that was just I try to defend SEC officials all the time. That was just a crap show from the get-go. Because the guy who is charged with making the backwards pass call is on the line of scrimmage on Ole Miss's side. And he does. He throws that arm out there, but he's making that call on a line of scrimmage where that play's happening 5 yards behind it, and he's throwing that arm out there that it's a backwards pass.
Yeah, how can he even tell where he is?
I know.
I think they got it actually right by inches. I do think it was behind from where arm released to where ball was touched, but I think it was mere inches.
But I get the obvious recovery rule too, right? That, okay, we got to build something in there for an obvious recovery on a failed blown whistle that's the ref's fault. We can't penalize the team for the ref's fault. But when everybody just completely comes to a stop,
including the Mississippi
including
State
the team that eventually recovered
it, picked up the ball. I don't know how aggressive that coverage was.
Yeah, I don't call that an obvious recovery.
Yeah.
Do you?
No, he's standing around.
Everybody's just standing around looking, and the state sideline is yelling, "Pick up the ball!"
Yeah.
So okay, I'll pick the ball up, and then all of a sudden,
that's exactly what I thought too. As I was watching that, and to me, when David Smith, the head official, goes and they talk, and we're all realizing they have screwed this up.
Oh, yeah. When
One
you talk
guy
that
has
long.
called it.
Yep.
They've blown whistles on the other side of the field. This guy who called it on this side of the field wasn't calling it to where anybody else knew it. It was sort of a passive, one of these. And now you've got 3 different calls on the field. So he is going to do the extreme bailout. And back in my umpiring days, we always had a thing that if somebody makes a call, we sort of screwed it up. Nobody tries to upstage him. Everybody goes along with what everyone says. He throws the old inadvertent whistle. We'll replay first down. So basically the play didn't happen. We're going to do a do-over. And at that point, they buzz in. And I just know, in my mind, in his head, he had to be thinking, you're going to wait till right now to buzz me after I've had this long conversation and I've announced now that the play didn't happen, inadvertent whistle. Now you're going to buzz me?
But it wouldn't have been first down, right?
Yeah, it was
they were
going to
replay it.
Yeah, they were going to replay it.
But I'm saying that's not the way you.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Inadvertent whistle, shut down the play, and it's like the play didn't happen.
Well, it depends on when the whistle happened. Well, I guess an inadvertent whistle, you have to replay the down.
Yep.
But
that's the way he announced it. Inadvertent whistle. But we're going to replay first down.
Let me rewind and word this better. Do you think that was an inadvertent whistle, or they just were blowing the play down? I mean, the whistle didn't.
I think they just blew the play down.
That's what I'm saying. The whistle did not come during the play. The whistle came when they thought the play was over.
Yeah, but
so that's why they buzz them, because they're like, hey, even if we're going to stick with this, we can't call it first down.
Yeah,
you got to say the play was
blown down. That's what Zach
dead.
Arnett was saying.
Right.
Yeah. No, it's got to be second down.
That's right. Now,
but if this guy's called backwards pass, the play's not over with. So the inadvertent whistle does shut down the play, which is why he gave the old first down. The play didn't happen.
I think the SEC back in Birmingham is like, all right,
it was 100% cover your ass. Inadvertent whistles to cover your ass.
This is screwed up, but we certainly can't let them have first down.
Well, here's the good news. I'm glad the game was not decided on that, because Will Rogers, which I thought was a terrible call.
Oh, the worst. I don't want to say the worst play call of the night, but it was one of the worst play calls of the night.
Yeah, but he fumbles, and then Ole Miss goes 99 yards right afterwards. So it really didn't hurt Ole Miss.
Yeah, Lane Kiffin looked like he was still arguing about it at the end of the game.
Yes.
After when State was taking knees, you could see him pointing out to the guy on his side, and David Smith finally came over. I read Lane's lips. He said whistle.
We stopped. We stopped.
Yeah.
And that's when David should have said, why did you use 2 timeouts at a 2-point conversion?
I know. But ultimately, the only thing that changed is you could argue how much time Ole Miss would have had left after the failed 2-point conversion. Now, you can make a valid argument that if you want to assume Ole Miss goes on and scores on that drive, they would have had enough time to kick off, use their timeouts, to get the ball back after the 2-point conversion.
Yeah.
So you can make that argument. But still, they get the ball back and drive 99 yards and score. So really, it didn't result in any more points for State.
Yeah. Then we have people throwing cans, chairs under the field.
Cheers is what's crazy.
It's just it's insanity every year. The Egg Bowl. It never disappoints, even when the score is crazy. So Mississippi State wins the game, And now we'll get into the Lane Kiffin staying situation. The show being brought to you in part by the great folks at Floribama. Not today, but 2 weeks from today, we're down on the Gulf Coast at the Floribama in Orange Beach, Alabama, right there on the Florida-Alabama line. And we're going to be celebrating Army-Navy weekend with some great veterans from all branches of our service. And we're going to be watching the Army-Navy game on a Saturday, doing a live show on a Friday. The Floribama is one of our favorite places in the world, and we can't wait to get back there.
Oh, look, it's the most famous beach bar in the country. The Floribama Lounge has numerous annual events during the year. I got a picture yesterday from their potluck Thanksgiving. Our buddy Paul sent me that. And the line was all the way to the back tent.
Okay.
To the street.
Oh,
and
wow.
people bring one dish, and you put your one dish, and everybody just goes around and they hang out.
Are you serious?
They do it every Thanksgiving.
They do a Thanksgiving Day? That is so cool. They do so many cool things there.
They really do, man. I mean, again, the team there just does an incredible job. If you haven't been in a while, a lot of people go during the season, and you'll go in there for a couple of bushwhackers and just kind of hang out. Come on some of these offbeat events. Like the chili cook-off, Army-Navy, which we will be there for in a couple of weeks, as you said.
When is the chili cook-off? Because I am craving a good chili cook-off. Our buddy Brett brought some up.
He did.
On Wednesday. He's in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. What about a chili cook-off? Do you know the date on that? What time of year?
I don't. I'll find out for us, though.
Good.
But speaking of good food, man, from the Oyster Bar right there, on location at Floribama, across the street, the Old River Grill if you want to watch games, the Yacht Club, which I ate at 7 times in 1 week. I can't wait to get back down there. It's a ton of fun. For more information on everything they do, go to floribama.com.
All right, floribama.com. Okay, Lane Kiffin last night.
Real quick, though, Jordan makes a point. The play before Rodgers, did y'all think he scored?
No, because
you don't think the ball touched the pylon?
It was close.
Yeah.
No, I don't think it.
If it was called a touchdown, it probably stands.
Oh yeah,
it's one of those. It depended on the way it was called.
I think ball does get very bottom of pylon though.
Yeah. I think his back of his hand hits the pylon, while the girthy part of the ball at the same time the thick part of the ball, what the center part of the ball has hit the turf right when his hand hits it. So I thought it was the correct call. So no, I did not think it was a touchdown. And then the Will Rogers call. I mean, that guy doesn't want contact. He showed you that. He showed you that earlier when he scrambled out in the open, and it was going to be like he was going to be 2 yards short. And instead of lowering his shoulder or trying to make a move to get a first down, on a fourth down, he steps out of bounds.
Yeah.
On fourth down, giving the ball back to Ole Miss. So that's the one guy you don't want touching the ball. I mean, Marks has been hitting the hole at 112 miles an hour all night long. Just let that guy try to bust in there. Don't give it to the least athletic guy on the field. But now to the Lane Kiffin situation. Our crew, Forrester and Taylor, were on this all night long, giving you the latest information on our social media platform. So every question that Lane got asked last night about Auburn or staying at Ole Miss, is in this answer right here. It is 2 minutes and about 12 seconds long, but you judge for yourself on whether you think Lane is coming, staying, how he's handling it at all. But here's Lane Kiffin after the loss last night on his contract situation.
Lane, with the regular season over now, do you anticipate being Ole Miss's coach next season?
Yes, I do.
Lane, we asked about it last week, but there's been a lot of talk about your future and whatnot. Do you feel like that was a distraction at all this week with the players?
I think when it was falsely reported by John, who's now famous, congratulations, that you can just write whatever you want. And I would do it too, I think, because you're never held accountable and you get to become famous and maybe you'll be right. So John did it, so then I had to have a team meeting to say his article was wrong, which would love to know these unnamed sources from John. But so yes, I had to have a team meeting because of that. They don't, when there's other stuff and chat rooms and all that stuff, but when a reporter writes it, it changes the game with that.
Lane, let me follow up and rephrase the initial question. If Auburn offers you its coaching position, do you anticipate being Ole Miss's coach next season?
I do.
And then if I can follow up, what did you tell your players yesterday when you spoke with them?
I mean, I could just easily say that's between team meetings that we don't really talk about that, but I just told them that report that probably you're not paying that much attention to, but probably your family is inaccurate and false reporting. So,
Lane, when do you think the timeline kind of is for you to sign a contract extension with Ole Miss, and obviously, what's the timeline for that?
I don't know. I mean, I've signed 3, so does a 4th one mean you're never leaving? So, I don't know. I'm much more focused and worried about the game than whether you sign another contract. And I'm not acting ungrateful for that, but again, everybody thinks you sign a contract. Well, a year ago you said the same thing, and then here we are again. So
I know you said you're keeping those meetings kind of private, but did you kind of relay a message at all, if you could share this, that you told your players that you are signing a new contract here?
I mean, I've already talked about that. I shouldn't even got into what was said in that meeting, so I already said it. So I'm not answering any more questions about that.
So we're all living on Lane's time at this point.
It's so ridiculous.
But as you're watching this, do you have a lean? You have a gut? How he handled it? What do you think?
I mean, if I'm an Auburn fan, do I really want this guy? I mean, to me, he is a more interesting Jimbo Fisher. He's going to give you 4 losses a year is what he's going to do. He's going to give you 4 losses a year. This guy started out 7-0. I told you guys it was going to collapse in the second half. He went 1-4 down the stretch. In 13 years as a head coach, he's never had back-to-back double-digit wins. You get all the bullshit that comes with him. He threw the guy under the bus again. Complete dick. He's all about himself. I don't know. I just can't believe people want to pay this guy $12 to $15 million a year.
LT Gray says, I don't know Sokolov's voice. Did he ask any questions? I believe the last 2 Scott had edited were him after Lane had referenced him. I believe he was pressing Lane on whether or not he had signed the contract, and then what he told his team in the meeting if he point blank told them he wasn't leaving. But Lane has tripled down now on that guy.
Yeah.
Saying,
I mean, if he takes the job, especially today, and that guy's report's 100% right,
yeah.
But even if he took it Saturday and Sunday, he does look clownish for calling the guy out and putting him on blast several different occasions.
There's no doubt. And there's always going to be the people that say, hey, look, Lane was unaware of what was going on until after the game when Jimmy Sexton met with him, which no reasonable human being believes any piece of that. So, I don't know what to make of all of that. Look, coaches lie all the time. Nick Saban said he wasn't taking the Alabama job. If I have to say it, I'll say it. And Nick Saban took the Alabama job. I get it. I understand that, you're trying to play both sides of this. So nothing.
By the way, that's built into the $10 million you make a year.
That's right. Nothing he said there makes me think any less that he's taking the Auburn job. Nothing I've seen makes me think he has taken the Auburn job. This guy's a complete wild card. You do not know.
You don't know. And the only thing I would say is, as you said, he doubles down on the what's the reporter's name? John
Sokoloff.
Yeah, not. I don't think he made him famous.
Yeah, I don't think he's famous.
But I find it hard to believe that, and this is me being naive, that guy didn't have a really good source to come out with that information.
Guys do that all the time. I don't know, but.
I mean, we've heard that Lane Kiffin has had some communication about the Auburn job.
And here's the difficult thing about trying to report on breaking news. And it's one reason we, by and large, steer away from it on this show is...
I know why I don't do it.
Well, for one reason, like what that John Sokoloff guy reported could be right, and something could change at the 11th hour, and Kiffin decides not to take the job, and then Kiffin is going to play it like, I was never taking the job.
That's right.
Yeah, I was never taking that job. He's wrong. Whereas when Sokoloff reported that Monday night, I believe, Kiffin could have agreed, or I don't know. I mean, things change. That's why it's so difficult to tread in those waters.
Well, I'll tell you what is a very reasonable thing that happened is that John Sokoloff, who has spent time covering both Mississippi State and Ole Miss, and probably a lot of baseball, and the guy who is now the athletic director at Auburn, is a former baseball coach, so Sokoloff probably spent a lot of time giving his baseball program a lot of coverage, probably had some good ties to the current AD at Auburn, and probably got some really good information on what was going on behind the scenes, and probably should not have gone as far as he did in his reporting in his tweet. But he probably had some good information on what was going on behind the scenes. But as Brown is saying, until Lane signs it and is introduced at Auburn, he can always go back and make that report wrong and play it up like, I've been Ole Miss till I die. I'm sipping till I die.
You know, and here is the problem now. If I'm an Ole Miss fan, even if he stays, I'm a little upset and unsure.
Oh, they're upset
about
with
Lane
him.
Kiffin.
Yeah, Ole Miss fans are upset with him because he has not ended this week, and they're going to say it probably cost him the game last night.
Because Lane Kiffin and the social media, and it's all fun and stuff when you're winning, but when you go 1-4 down the stretch and it's Egg Bowl week, and by the way, you're +2 in turnovers at home. You're burning timeouts on 2-point conversions.
Yeah.
You
Timeouts
lose
with
that
an
game.
S, not one, two.
You can't rush for 100 yards against State.
Yeah, you lose that game, and it seems like your focus was 100% elsewhere, against Arkansas, against Mississippi State, and you weren't all in on us when we're paying you a shit ton of money.
Yep.
I just don't get that.
In a game that means everything to us.
It does.
It means everything to us. And in that state, unlike Alabama and Auburn, they still had, of both rosters, they still have over almost 90 players who are Mississippi kids in that game. So they grew up either State fans or Ole Miss fans. You know, so many Alabama and Auburn players now, the recruiting is so national. It's not as many Alabama kids in this game as it used to be. But in that game still, because of where their recruiting is, it is still a majority of Mississippi kids in that game.
Look, I want to say this, though, for the record. I think Lane Kiffin is one of the best play callers we've ever seen.
Except in the red zone last night.
Yeah, as far as a head coach, though, I've always had my doubts. Yeah. But I hope he does come to Auburn just because he's in state. I think it brings excitement. I just don't know why Auburn fans are head over heels all about this guy, because if Arkansas wins today, would you guys give me this was a down year in the SEC West?
I mean, you say down year because Alabama is not as good as Alabama is, I guess. Yeah.
Well, and a 2-loss LSU is going to win the West.
Looks even more down if Arkansas loses to the East today. Yeah.
But I'm saying if Arkansas wins, technically Ole Miss is 5th in the West this year.
Yeah.
And you're talking about paying this guy $10 million a year.
And A&M's last, regardless of what happens today.
we established that a long time ago.
All right, a lot to get to in the show. Henry Toa is in the next segment with us. Part of the show today being brought to you by a couple of people. One of them is our friends at MyBookie. A lot of games today. Don't be left out if you want to play the games. MyBookie.ag.
MyBookie.ag. Use code NEXTROUND. A deposit of $50 or more, you could receive up to $200 in cash instantly in your MyBookie account. Using the bonus is simple. Bet your deposit amount once, you're ready to cash out. No strings attached. MyBookie.ag. That is MyBookie.ag. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. Only with MyBookie.ag. Code NEXTROUND.
And also our friends at New York Butcher, man, they saved me, man, a little side items this week. We're able to pick one up. And I loved what you can get at New York Butcher Shop. Thought I lost a steak last night. But I remember that if Lane stays, I still have a chance of him getting another 9-win season. So, but I missed an opportunity of winning a steak last night because Lane couldn't call plays inside the red zone last evening. New York Butcher Shop, they bring us our steak bet and bring you all the great meats.
Yeah, you stop by the New York Butcher Shop, pick up the finest and certified Angus prime beef steaks, burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, all natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes. Perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family, ready to heat at home. Don't forget the huge deli sandwiches and catering options for your next business lunch meeting with a great selection of fine wines and desserts. The New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you in Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at ScottForresterTV.
Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com. Holly Mack Wilson is not your normal Keller Williams agent. With too many certifications to count, she is now in the top 2% of all Western Alabama real estate agents. That means she's more qualified to help you buy or sell a home, better trained in negotiating the best deal possible, and now can help you buy or sell a home anywhere in Alabama. From Huntsville to Gulf Shores or anywhere in between, call Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or visit hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, an anywhere in Alabama realtor.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. You're not average, and the New Balance Birmingham store has the shoes and apparel to perfectly match your unaverage self. If we were all shaped the same and had the same level of fitness, and if we all walked and ran exactly alike, well, then I guess an average shoe store selling average shoes would be just fine. But you deserve better. At the New Balance Birmingham store, our specialists will match you with a custom pair of New Balance shoes that fit you perfectly. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store. Your feet will thank you.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Stay up to date with the Next Round at NextRoundLive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Iron Bowl tomorrow. Let's talk to Henry To'oTo'o. He'll play a big part in trying to slow down that Auburn running game that all of a sudden is really, really talented with Carnell Williams calling plays.
Henry To'oTo'o is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, presented by Bud Light, especially this holiday season. Bud Light and Anheuser-Busch remind you, decide to ride. Have a plan in place before you ever take that first drink. That's how you decide to ride with Bud Light and Anheuser-Busch. Henry with us now from over in Tuscaloosa. What's going on, Henry? How are you?
What's going on, guys? I'm doing good.
Good. How was the Thanksgiving?
Oh man, it was great. I had a lot to eat. I'm still full. I can't eat breakfast. I'm so full.
Now, are you one of those that you go work out on Thanksgiving morning? It's funny, like going around town and seeing people always running and in parks. It's like everybody's trying to get ready to eat as much as they can. Did you get a workout in yesterday morning?
Oh yeah, we had practice yesterday, so I was straight. We got practice in, and we were sweating like crazy. So I came and ate everything that I could.
So did y'all eat at the complex?
No, we got a Thanksgiving brunch today at 1:00. So we're gonna see what they got. We're gonna see what they got.
Carb up before the Iron Bowl. Yeah.
So how many Thanksgiving meals in 2 days is this going to be for you? I could only go 2 last night. I was supposed to go 3. I did 2, and it almost killed me.
Oh, I think I went 3. I think I went 3 plates of food, and I think I went a plate and a half with desserts. Yep.
A plate and a half of desserts. I love it.
Okay, if you're a step and a half getting to the hole on Saturday, my ass is going to say Henry To'oTo'o ate too much. You'll hear me from the press box saying To'oTo'o ate too much.
I'm thinking about that if I'm the step slow. I'm gonna be thinking about that.
Well, you know where the press box is. You just tip your hat to me up there.
When he makes a tackle in the backfield, just tip your hat.
Henry To'oTo'o is with us on the JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline. All right, you look at this Auburn team on tape, right? Their running game has found its legs. Tell me what they do running the football that is making them so much more aggressive in the run game.
Man, I think it all starts from their head coach. I think he does a great job of bringing those guys energy and getting those guys pumped up for the game. So I think he does a great job of getting his team ready. So, all props to him. But, the running game is huge for him. 4 is a great back. They also got another back, 27, 22, I think. Great back also. Their line does a great job of finding ways of position blocking and getting guys open in the holes where they have explosive plays and get the run game going. So it's going to be huge for us to play, gap integrity defense, fly to the ball, and hit somebody in the mouth.
Henry To'oTo'o is with us, the Alabama linebacker on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. It's the next round presented by Bud Light, who reminds you to decide to ride. Have a plan in place before you ever take that first drink. That's how you decide to ride with Bud Light and Anheuser-Busch. There is a perception, and I want to say on the front end, I'm not saying this is true. I want your reaction to it, though. There is a perception that at Alabama, it is about winning championships, SEC and national, getting in the college football playoff, and when all of that is off the table, this team doesn't play motivated football, and the Iron Bowl doesn't mean as much to them because they're focused on other things. To what you say what to that perception?
The Iron Bowl means everything. I mean, it's an in-state rivalry. Like, no matter what record it is, no matter if somebody's gonna make the playoffs, it's the other team's not gonna make the playoffs. It's, one's bowl eligible, one's not. It's the Crimson Tide versus the War Eagles. And I you know what? I never understood why they call themselves War Eagles if they're Tigers. I never understood that.
All right. Now we've got Iron Bowl smack, so I'm believing it now.
I mean, you're roll tide with an elephant, though. I mean, explain that to me.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. But you go from a tiger to an eagle. That don't make no sense to me.
Yeah, and you came from a place that's a volunteer with a dog. I mean, it's all confusing as hell.
Yeah. Okay, see, now that we think about it, the whole SEC is messed up.
Yeah, that's true. a lot of things.
Yeah, I think Georgia and LSU got it straight.
Yeah. Hey, so can you tell a difference? Now, this is a weird week because of Thanksgiving and all of that, and class out and all those things. But can you tell a difference in the intensity of practice for an Iron Bowl week versus maybe another random weekend season?
Man, you could tell. You could tell the intensity, how the coaches coach. Of course, Coach Saban, we have a plan, and we're going to do the same thing every single week and prepare for a team the same way. But you can just tell within the facility, within, some of the players that live in Alabama. And, of course, me, like, I've experienced this rivalry one time last year, and, I don't like those guys either now. I feel like I'm from Alabama, and, I've had this long lifetime rivalry against Auburn. So, that intensity has been up, and it's definitely an exciting week for everybody in the state of Alabama to be able to, be a part of this great rivalry again.
How much have you thought about tomorrow being your last home game?
Man, I ain't gonna lie, a lot. I try not to think about it, but time is flown by so fast. I'm grateful for being in Bryant Denny Stadium and playing in front of those thousands of people and being a part of this program of greats and legends. So. I'm trying not to think about it, but it's going to hit me. It's going to hit me soon.
Now, honestly, I haven't checked the weather. We checked it earlier this week, and it looked like there could possibly be rain tomorrow. Watching the Egg Bowl last night, rain played a factor. Being on the other side of the ball, do you like playing in those kind of conditions?
Yeah, I like the rain because that means they can't throw the ball. You got to run the ball. So being able to go down and hit somebody and try to force some fumbles, get the ball slipped up off of them. Ever since I was young, I love raining games, and I think that's when I play the best is in some raining games. So I'm excited for that.
Walk of Champions, has that always been something that gets you fired up? Does it do anything to you when you get off that bus and walk through the crowd towards the stadium?
Yeah, that's definitely one of those huge things that you got to embrace, you got to take in. I love it because I'm able to just see the fans and how passionate the fans are. Some of the fans, I have my headphones on, but I don't have nothing playing. I'm just listening to the fans. So being able to hear them scream, hear them yell and cheer us on, that's kind of one of my favorite moments that gets me ready for the game. They're so passionate and we love them.
So you have your headphones on, but nothing's playing in them?
Got them on, but nothing's playing. I just hear them screaming, and I love that. I love that.
That's terrific.
That is pretty good. Hey, a lot of people, you've talked Henry Toa with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. You've talked about maybe under Carnell Williams some different scheming, but even Auburn people, even Auburn players say a lot of it is just the emotion he has injected into this team, and he's reinvigorated this team, and that's one of the ways they play differently. As an opponent, knowing that, how do you take that away as an opponent? Is there a way you can try to squash the emotion of a game if they're so driven by that?
Yeah, I mean, you just got to come out and hit somebody, honestly. Being able to come out and stop what they're doing quick, shut down their momentum as fast as you can, and then just start playing fundamental football, because I think that's the biggest thing, to where if you're facing a team that's emotionally high, you can kill them by the way you play football, the way you fundamentally do your things, the way you play your game, and the way you execute on your plays. So I think that's going to be huge for us. I think we got to match, they're going to have to match our intensity for all 4 quarters. So being able to, hold that standard and play the way we play all 4 quarters and make them match us.
All right, he is Alabama's Henry Toa. Henry, we thank you for the time, man. Great talking with you. We'll see you again next week.
Appreciate you guys.
All right, buddy. Take care. Henry with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. The Alabama linebacker presented by Bud Light, who reminds you, decide to ride. Listen, it's the holiday season. There are a lot of parties at houses and out and about. Have a plan in place before you ever take that first drink. Just go ahead and get that off the table and decide to ride. Decide to ride with Bud Light and Anheuser-Busch.
And part of the show also brought to you by our friends at Backyard Adventure. BackyardAlabama.com is the website. Wherever you're watching us, Atlanta, Birmingham, down in Montgomery, whatever, just go to this website, BackyardAlabama.com, BackyardAlabama.com. Find a location near you and get the wonderful Backyard Adventure Playground. Unbelievable, 100% quality cedar, really thick wood, not the cheap play sets you see at some of these big box stores. This is a playground, a backyard adventure that will last your entire childhood, your kid's entire childhood. You'll be able to go in the backyard and just have these great special moments of playing in your own backyard, not having to drive somewhere or go over to somebody else's house. You can get that with lifetime warranties. They set it up, they tear it down, they move it, they leave landscaping, maintenance programs, and everything. Find out more, BackyardAlabama.com. They got alley-oop trampolines and goal setter basketball goals as well. BackyardAlabama.com is the website, 205-408-4FUN. You hear him talking about the Auburn run game, how energized they are there. Obviously, to me, that's the key to the game, right? Can Alabama's defense force Auburn to play this game left-handed, having to throw the ball to win?
Yeah, I mean, as Henry said, if it rains, they can't throw the ball. Auburn really hasn't tried to throw the ball much in the dry conditions under Robbie Ashford. They know that their only path to victory in games like Texas A&M and Mississippi State, and I guess to a certain extent Western Kentucky, and certainly Alabama, is being able to run the ball and control the game that way. And that's the big challenge. Alabama, by and large, has been really good against the run this year. So this is, since Carnell Williams took over, this is the toughest run challenge they will have had to date.
Yeah, and I know everybody says throw the record books out. It's the Iron Bowl. And we saw that last year, but this just isn't a good matchup for this Auburn offense.
It really isn't. Yeah, I mean, so I said by and large, so rush defenses, Texas A&M is dead last in the conference, okay? Mississippi State is 6th in the conference. Western Kentucky will just kind of throw out. Alabama's 2nd. Alabama's given up 107 a game. State 143 a game. A&M 211 a game. So by far and away, this is the most difficult challenge, and having to do it on the road in a place like Bryant-Denny Stadium in that environment, this is going to be the most difficult run challenge Auburn has had under Carnell Williams.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how many chances they take throwing the ball deep, because that has been the path to beating Alabama. We saw it in the Tennessee game. is try to get them on an island and try to throw it over them. We'll see if how many shots Carnell and the play caller Will Friend dial up in the game 2:30 tomorrow on CBS. Don't forget, we'll have our pregame show that'll be out, and you can watch all of our lead into the big games happening on Saturday. A lot more happening last night. Alabama with a big basketball win, a big soccer match, and all that happening today, and more football. We'll continue to do that. We'll digest a little bit of the Alabama win last night in basketball right after LT tells us about our friends at Bromberg's. That silver box still means a lot.
Since 1836, they've been your diamond specialist. And not only that, great jewelry timepieces. If you're just looking for a great gift this holiday season, you can shop online right now. I know a lot of people love to shop online on Black Friday. Go to Brombergs.com. Again, they're your diamond specialists. If you're thinking about popping the question this holiday season, make sure you get in, see them. 2 great locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. Nothing like giving or getting that silver box from our friends at Brombergs.
When I think of Brombergs, one of the Frank Brombergs pops to my mind instantly, and he's a big basketball fan. Watching that Alabama team last night, I know he had to be smiling. Alabama and Nate Oates, who at one point just a few years ago was a high school basketball coach in Michigan, working the Tom Izzo basketball camps at Michigan State. There's no way he could have dreamed at one point he'd be coaching in the Phil Knight Invitational honoring the Nike founder, and he would go toe-to-toe and beat a guy who he has to respect, the Hall of Famer Tom Izzo. Last night, Alabama led by as much as 18. They win at 81-70. A really impressive performance from the Crimson Tide.
Yeah, look, and this Brandon Miller kid is everything everybody's hyping up to be. He leads all freshmen with over 20 points per game. He's averaging through 5 contests right now. And I know Malik Hall didn't play for the Spartans last night. I don't know if it would have made a difference. You know, Izzo said after the game that would have been our matchup on Miller. But this Alabama team, and being so young, so many new faces, they are going to get better and better and better.
Hot take here.
Dun, 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 dun.
Brandon Miller will not be.
Ooh, hot take.
Brandon Miller will not be considered this because he likely will be off to the NBA. But if he played a comparable career, he would be the best player in Alabama basketball history.
I thought some of that as I was watching him last night.
I think he may be the best freshman. We'll get to compare freshman to freshman because he'll play his freshman season.
Yeah, Gerald Wallace is pretty good.
He was. But freshman to freshman, I would say Brandon Miller might be the best freshman in Alabama history.
There's not one moment I watched Gerald Wallace play basketball in Alabama and thought what I see when I was watching Brandon Miller last night.
It's very early.
I think a lot of that was system.
Yeah, that is a fair statement.
Yep.
That is a fair statement.
I think in a lot of ways you're comparing the Joe Namath quarterback era to the Bryce Young quarterback era. See what I'm saying?
I would tell you that a lot of Auburn fans who may have stayed tuned in to see what Alabama basketball looked like last night watched Brandon Miller and said, little Jabari Smith in him from last year.
He's got a lot of that in him, yeah.
The ability to create your shot with somebody guarding you perfectly to pull up and hit a three in their eye. That happened last night, but they're just so deep as well. It was just a wonderful performance last night from Alabama basketball. And in this tournament now, they flip right around and play a UConn team tonight at 8:30 on ESPN. A UConn team that dismantled Oregon last night.
Yeah, UConn and KenPom, I believe, is right behind Alabama. I think they're 11-12 in KenPom, so this is a good team they're playing.
Another big game on back-to-backs. We'll see what happens tonight, 8:30, Alabama and UConn tonight on ESPN. All right, when we come back, some more on what's happening today in college football, a couple of meaningful games and what's going on this weekend. Our next guest is not until 11 o'clock to start the second half of the show, 11 Central, when Stan White joins the show. The show that's being brought to you in part today by our friends at Cowan Equipment. We've got some poll questions that will go out a little bit later on. Taylor Korn is with us live today. She's in our mission control for everything social media at Next Round Live, and all of our polls are brought to you by Cowan.
Yeah, and Cowan proud to partner with us here on the Next Round on our venture. If you'd love to partner with Cowan for your heavy equipment needs, very simple. Just go online to Cowan.com. That's Cowan.com.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
This hour of the Next Round is presented by Culver's. Holiday gift cards are now here. The perfect Christmas gift. For every $40 you spend in gift cards, you'll receive a free value basket. Pick up a Culver's gift card at the Culver's location nearest you.
It's time to start thinking about employee holiday gifts. Consider getting your hardworking guys a pair of Red Wing boots. Each day, your employees are on the job site helping your company succeed, so reward them with comfort at its best. The Red Wing mobile shoe truck can visit your shop and fit your employees with a great selection of boots. Or Red Wing gift cards can be purchased at your local Red Wing store, available in all amounts. Whichever program you choose, your employees will appreciate the quality, service, and selection from Red Wing shoes, and they'll also be thankful they have such a great boss. Reward your employees this holiday season with Red Wing shoes.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at New Life Art. Daniel A. Moore has completed his original full-color oil painting honoring Bryce Young, Alabama's 4th Heisman Trophy winner. This painting depicts the memorable Heisman-worthy go-ahead pinpoint pass to John Mechie in the corner of the end zone as the Tide dismantled the vaunted Georgia defense in the SEC championship game this past year. Use code TNR for 15% off. You can order online at danielmooreart.com.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. The NFL playoffs are just around the corner and every game matters. Join us on the Next Round and Pepsi every Thursday as we preview the upcoming big games in the NFL weekend. Pepsi and the NFL, a perfect match for your weekend.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available. Plus, the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386 or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com or call them up 205-408-4FUN for Backyard Adventures.
Thanksgiving is here, and let the New York Butcher Shop be the place to get all of your holiday meal items. Their premium turkeys are fresh, free-range, and hormone-free. The New York Butcher Shop also has a wide selection of chef-prepared side items to help save you time in the kitchen. Pick up a bottle of wine, and your meal will be complete. Turkeys are selling fast, so place your order today. 2 locations to serve you, in Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
Rockstar, I'm being told today, is the biggest World Cup game of our lifetime for the Americans.
Happens every 4 years.
We're there again, huh?
Yep.
All right.
It's England and the USA today at 1 o'clock Central Time. Pre-game show starts at 12 Central. So it'll be a lot of talking leading into the kick at 1 o'clock at the top of the hour, right when our show is done. Chances of the Americans winning today, in your opinion?
Not good, but
It's like Alabama. This isn't a must-win,
but
it'd be great if they beat England. But they're not going to be out of the World Cup if they lose this game. But
you'd like to win it, but not a must-win.
Yeah, but the difference is by the fact that Iran beat Wales earlier today. No joke. So that does help them a little bit.
There's been a lot of upsets this year.
They really have. Yeah, Germany got upset.
And what's crazy, the biggest fact to me that's so crazy is Ronaldo has scored in 5 World Cups.
5 different World Cups.
So it's a 20-year span, basically.
Yeah, so I started to think about that last night. So he had to be 18 the first time, right?
It's got to be, yeah.
Yeah.
That's insane.
Yeah, it really is.
First human ever to do that. There have been a lot of upsets, Rockstar, almost like we're playing this in a part of the world where they have all the money in the world and are willing to pay it for deceitful things.
I'm glad that it's because FIFA is so clean cut. I'm glad it's not controversial. A controversial company versus a controversial country. It's been a good mix.
Yeah.
Jimmy America, are you feeling Team USA?
I have no gut feeling on this. I find it hard to believe we're going to beat England. Apparently, Harry Kane, who plays for my Tottenham team, and I was ready to trade him off, has a little ankle issue, so he may not be 100% in this game. The Americans are plus 600 to win, plus 320 to draw, which I'm told is about a 14.5-point underdog by football terms.
Yeah. Not even the Brown Bandit would buy into that.
No. I need all of those points.
I would need every point there.
John says, I just hammered England minus 1.5. And Daniel says USA will win today. So take that, Lunsford. Daniel believes we will win today.
All I know, and I hate that cheer, but all I know is every time somebody tells me this is the biggest game in the life of U.S. soccer, we lose.
They lose.
Yeah, every single time.
I'll take
that is my feeling.
And I'll take England minus 1.5 right now.
Here we go. LT
so
on the
all I have to do
motherland.
is play us within a goal.
Yep.
We only have to lose by 1 goal.
Yep. Or win, yeah.
For a stake.
Or draw, yeah.
I will take that. I'll take the Americans. I'll take the Americans today.
Thank you, Lunsford. You're welcome. You are welcome.
Lunsford says I just hammered England minus 1.5 again. MyBookie.ag code next round.
And I will tell you this: part of the show is being brought to you by LT's friends at Buzzed BUZD.
Yeah, this is an app you need to get. If you haven't gotten it yet, the holidays are here. You want to bring the party to you. You don't want to get out. It's the fastest, most affordable delivery service with pricing in line with your favorite package or convenience stores. Buzz combines the best of service and delivery industries to create this unique to Alabama and first-of-its-kind service found on your app store, Buzzed, B-U-Z-D. Use that code NEXTROUND for 15% off your first order. They've got cannabis, including the Delta 8, all types of alcohol, tobacco. They're adding inventory constantly from downtown Birmingham to Highway 119 and everything in between. We bring the buzz to you. Get buzzed. B-U-Z-D.
Before I talked soccer, did I tell anybody about Montevallo?
You didn't, Jim.
I did not. Montevallo is a great place for your son or daughter to go to school. Montevallo.edu. Montevallo.edu, especially if you've got an athlete in your house that wants to continue that collegiate career. 21 NCAA Division II fully funded scholarship sports for the men and women out there, and a wonderful class size there. Small class size that'll help your kids academically. Beautiful campus. Schedule an in-person tour, Montevallo.edu. Football today, a couple of big games. In the SEC, rivalry game tonight, Florida and Florida State, 6:30 on ABC. 5 Gator receivers will not play in this game, according to Billy Napier, including their top 2 receivers in Henderson and Shorter. Surely that impacts the game a little bit, in your opinion, that this is all Knowles tonight, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, more than likely it was going to be all Knowles anyway. I mean, they're looking to go 9-3 for the first time since 2016. Still have a shot at winning double-digit games in year 3 under Mike Norvell. Brown brought up the fact how good this defense has been. When you
11th nationally, Lance.
Well, you look at their last 5 games, Georgia Tech, Miami, Syracuse, and Louisiana Lafayette. Actually, 4 games. They've only given up 39 points in those 4 games.
11th nationally, and that's in total defense. I'll look where they are in scoring, 13th. So they've turned this around. And Norvell, it's maybe not quite Mickey Andrews level as I sold it to you Wednesday on the show, but it's getting there. I mean, Norvell is a heck of a turnaround. This is a guy that I think coming into the year was probably coaching for his job, especially as long as prime time's
Well, that's right. With Deion Sanders looming out there, this was a big year for him.
Well, his first 13 games, he was 3-10. And since then, they've won 13 of 19. So he's got them going in the right direction.
Also, 2:30 on CBS today, Arkansas and Missouri, where there's just not a lot of drama in this game usually. But for those two, it's a little bit of a rivalry game. And KJ Jefferson, the question is, can he back up what he did to Ole Miss last week and do it to Missouri this week?
Well, I think he can. I mean, when he's in the lineup, it's night and day. They're averaging 35 points per game when he's in there. When they're not, the 2 games he was out, 13.5 points. And again, LSU would not be in the situation they're in right now if KJ Jefferson would have played. Problem for Arkansas could be Bumper Poole might be out. Second, 92 tackles this year. There's a good chance he is not going to go. And this is just one of those weird games. Missouri can always yuck it up. They had won 5 straight in the series before Arkansas won last year. So I don't really have a feel on this game. Arkansas is only a 3.5-point favorite.
They are only a 3.5-point favorite. One thing I would say is you always wonder how much senior day, senior night, whatever, plays into it, and trying to get bowl eligible for those seniors. And that's what Missouri's trying to do. They got to get another win to get bowl eligible. And Arkansas did that last week, and you wonder how much emotion was expended in doing that last week. Was that their Super Bowl, and do they have a little bit of a letdown this week?
That's right. It's a great point. And regardless of what happens today, a little bit of a disappointing year for Sam Pittman and the Hogs.
There's no doubt. I mean, even if you win today at 7-5, I think there were people that talked about them potentially being the number 2 team in the West. They're not going to beat Alabama, but they could beat everybody else in the conference, be number 2 in the West.
It's funny how he's a victim of his own success in year 3. For them to be 7-5 and 4-4 in conference with how bad they were under
Chad Morris.
Yeah.
And really even under Bielema. They were just such an average team under Bielema.
Yeah, but both Pittman and Stoops are dealing with it. Both teams, expectations were really high for those 2 programs, and both of them a little bit underachieving this year. The best game of the day is Tulane and Cincinnati, 11 o'clock, just a little over an hour away on ABC. And this one, you secure your spot in the American Championship, and you take driver's seat on being New Year's 6 bowl team out of the group of 5 if you win this game.
So Ben Bryant, your starting quarterback for Cincinnati, has got a foot injury.
He's out. They've said it now.
Okay, so Evan Prater is going to start. He was okay last week. This could be a big deal, though. I mean, that's one of the reasons this number is right around 1 right now. There's a good chance, though, depending on what happens in the UCF-USF game and the Houston-Tulsa game, that we could see this game again next week.
Yeah, credit on that report is Justin Williams of The Athletic, who reports that not only is Bryant out for this game, he's done for the season.
So he's done for the
no
year.
matter what else they do, Prater's going to be your guy, it looks like.
Yeah, that's a bad loss for Cincinnati there. They'll try to suit up and try to derail Willie Fritz and the Green Wave, who are trying to make it to a New Year's 6 bowl game. Maybe even in New Orleans or the Cotton Bowl or wherever they end up going. So we'll see what happens there. Baylor in Texas today. More on that coming up in our Buffalo Wild Wings Pick 3, which we do here at the top of the hour, where we talk about all the games going on this weekend. Couple of things here. Don't forget our Black Friday sale going on at nextround.store. Great place to pick up some Christmas gifts for that special someone in your life. What's the deal we have going there?
It is buy one, get one half off, and free shipping for anything over $80. Any purchase over $80 with code SHIP at checkout. That's SHIP, SHIP at checkout. That gets you free shipping over $80. And buy one, get one. You don't have to do anything. We take care of that for you. Buy one, get one half off.
So don't go SIP like that was on Kiffin's sweatshirt last night. Go SHIP in the promo code.
That is correct.
Great deal right there. And also Alabama Power, keeping you connected with easy ways to make that payment. We'll do the Buffalo Wild Wings Pick 3 when we come back. Alabama Power, always your pick for electricity.
Yeah, convenient options to pay. Amazon Pay, Apple Pay, Google Pay, PayPal, and Venmo. Easy, secure, and reliable. All you need is an online account. Visit alabamapower.com/myaccount to get started today.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Culver's. Holiday gift cards are now here. The perfect Christmas gift. For every $40 you spend in gift cards, you'll receive a free value basket. Pick up a Culver's gift card at the Culver's location nearest you.
When you have questions about your urological health, count on the healthcare experts at Urology Centers of Alabama. With 16 locations and a team of specialists across Alabama, you can find help you need from a trusted UCA physician. Get started at UrologyCentersAlabama.com. Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Life financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
Dear past, present, and future football watchers, you know why we're here. The football season is back! Woo! And since that's too amazing to miss a single second's worth, Pepsi is officially giving you permission to always put football first. Like, maybe those in-laws are back in town. Well, better hope they're football fans because your Sunday is completely booked. Long story short, crack open a Pepsi and don't let anything get between you and your football watching. With love, Pepsi, made for football watching. That's what I like.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
For more than 40 years, Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear has been providing you and your family the best in Western wear. From boots to apparel, this family-owned business has it all. Jack's carries such name brands as Dan Post, Justin, Twisted X, and now has the only area shop within a shop in the state of Alabama. Visit Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear every Monday through Saturday. I-65, exit 304 in Coleman. Just look for the big red building and follow Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear on Facebook and Twitter. Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com.
Fall is here and fall means football, but don't forget about your yard. My yard is looking fantastic, and it's all thanks to our friends at Wayne's. Because it's fall, lawns are now in dormancy, and yards of the month are made in the fall during the proper shutdown of the growing season. It is important to get the correct nutrients and pre-emergent in the turf and root system to ensure a weed-free and lush lawn next summer. Call Wayne's today, 866-WAYNES1, or visit them online, callwaynes.com. And remember, first month is free of the EnviroLawn service from our friends at Wayne's.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
From the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, Chris says Baylor plus 9.5. Lock it in. You have an hour. You're welcome. Thank you, Chris, giving out nothing but winners over there. Bob says, how about the touchdown that was taken away from the Patriots yesterday? We haven't really talked about the NFL yet. We'll get back to all of that in a second. There was some really interesting officiating, and we'll get into that a little bit, how Lane Kiffin reacted to the inadvertent whistle call that was then wiped off and ball given to Mississippi State in just a second. The show being brought to you in part by the Birmingham Squadron today. They bring you the headlines. The Squadron have 2 games this weekend. If you want to bounce down to Legacy Arena and watch basketball as they take on the Austin Spurs Saturday and Sunday. Saturday's rivalry weekend game tips at 12 noon, so you can go watch the game and still make it home in time for the Iron Bowl. And then on Sunday, they go at 2 o'clock, and they'll be celebrating the American Legion Riders in an event that you don't want to miss. Great pricing on jerseys all weekend. You can get 50% off the Jared Harper Squadron jersey, 25% off the John Petty Squadron jersey right there at the arena shop. all the great local players, including our buddy Jordan Swing and Kyra Lewis on the team. Squadron tickets all year long, Ticketmaster.com, or you can call them up, 205-719-0850, 719-0850. Again, the Squadron go on Saturday and on Sunday, Saturday at noon and Sunday at 2 p.m. Before we get to the phones, yesterday, Egg Bowl win, Mississippi State over Ole Miss 24-22. Rockstar, if you will, give me cut number 2. Lane Kiffin, who is still at this hour the coach at Ole Miss, and if anything changes on that, we'll bring it to you. But he had this to say about that inadvertent whistle we talked about in the first segment of the show. Here's Kiffin's reaction to how it was explained to him and the big turnover that ended up not costing Ole Miss, but looked like it had ended the game.
We have a whistle that we stop, which is what you coach players to do, because you're supposed to stop when there's a whistle. And now I'm told, well, one of their guys, everyone else stopped for the inadvertent whistle, but one of their guys didn't, so he was right. So from now on, we are supposed to teach when there's a whistle, you still keep playing. So that's new information in coaching. So as you heard them say, which they probably shouldn't have said to you guys, there was an inadvertent whistle, so they're going to replay the down. So even admitting that there was a whistle, so everyone stops. Knox, in your 5th grade football, when the whistle blows, you're supposed to do what? Stop. So all of a sudden, we're supposed to coach different. So obviously, I was very frustrated with that situation and told them right away, it's a lateral, I can see that. But everyone stopped because you blew a whistle that you already said you did. So no reasonable explanation at all, except for, he said, well, their 44 didn't stop. Okay, so what does that mean? One guy didn't stop. Maybe he didn't hear it and everybody else did. So I don't know what to do about that.
Yeah, I like the way Lane said, I admitted to him, it was a lateral.
Well, let me ask you this. If that happens, Jackson Dart's just standing there looking down at the ball, and their Ole Miss guy comes in, plows Dart, picks the ball up and runs, what do you think they do?
They call a personal foul.
But if the play's live, he comes in, plows Dart, picks up the ball, what do they do?
They give him the touchdown.
Yeah, there's no personal foul, is there, if the play's live?
Yeah.
So, I mean, to Kiffin's point, and Kiffin's got every right to be upset about that. That was horrible officiating. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, it may be the worst officiating moment since I've been doing radio.
Oh,
and/or this.
Well, I don't know. That's a
no, seriously.
Nationally,
he said it was. He said it may be.
No,
nationally,
I
SEC?
forgot the.
I said SEC.
Okay.
I said SEC officiating.
okay.
I mean, the Pac-12. I mean, they do this every week.
Yeah.
I cannot think of another SEC officiating moment that was as bad as that.
Okay,
one.
but the one thing I would say, and Brown, you make a pretty good point about the clock. They still recovered a fumble and went 99 yards.
That's right. They still got points.
Did anybody ask him about multiple timeouts on the two-point conversion?
I didn't see the whole thing.
I haven't seen the whole thing. I was trying to figure out if he was going to Auburn or not.
The Arkansas Bo Nix reverse spike, that was a pretty bad one.
Oh, yeah. That was a game call.
Yeah, that might have cost Arkansas the game there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bob brings up another great point. What does Jackson Dart's mom think about the officiating? Because Lane did have to apologize to Jackson Dart's mom that they officiate him differently.
Yes.
It's a great pull, Bob. Thank you so much. All right, that's headlines there brought to you by our friends at the Squadron. Don't forget tickets at Ticketmaster.com for the games this weekend and all season long. Do you guys have any other headlines before we bring Jeff into the conversation here that you want to get to? Anything that's on your mind going into this rivalry weekend?
No.
I mean, football yesterday in the NFL was big. The Bills and the Cowboys.
Von Miller injury is something to watch. That's for sure. Yeah,
that does change. That's a little bit of a piece that changes.
And watching the Bills, I had a conversation with a buddy. We were having late Thanksgiving last night, and I said, "Who do you think the best team in the NFL is?" And he was like, "I think it's the Chiefs." And I was like, well, I really believe it's the 49ers. I think the Cowboys can get close at times.
Good defense, man.
Yeah, really good defense. I cannot believe they gave up that backdoor touchdown. That was just
hilarious.
Unacceptable.
Hilarious.
But I'm starting to think the Bills, and I saw this graphic last night, and I had no idea. So in the last 2 years, they're 16-1 in games decided by double digits. But in one-possession games, they're 3-9.
Yeah.
And when you get to the postseason, you're going to be in one-possession games.
Oh, yeah.
And without a guy like Von Miller, and they're just not playing great football right now.
The injury to the UCLA injury to Josh Allen.
I just don't think it's affecting, though.
Oh, his accuracy is all over the place.
Yeah, his accuracy is bad.
Well,
yeah.
maybe the accuracy, but I mean, he threw a ball yesterday, late in the game, that was just, it was.
The one to Diggs?
Yeah, a complete rope, 40
Yep.
yards.
Oh, it was.
Yep.
It was. It just seems like he knows he's going to deal with pain, right? He knows he's going to deal with pain, and it's impacting his accuracy a little bit. That one was an unbelievable throw. Vikings are 9-2. Bills and Cowboys are 8-3 each. Justin Jefferson, by the way, sets the record. I mean, how many games do we still have left this year? The record for yardage of the first 3 years in the NFL. He sets the record, breaks Randy Moss's record of most yards in the first 3 years of your NFL career, and we still seems like we have half a season left.
I know. We almost do.
Yeah.
I mean, it's week 10.
We almost do.
Hey, Lunsford says, remember a referee was going to die on a hill because he couldn't count the 4 in the Bama-Tennessee game.
Yeah.
Before you declare.
Still not the worst one. They got that right eventually.
Well, I mean, the fact they had to stop to get it right makes it the worst one.
Yeah.
I can't even count downs.
They didn't really get it right last night. They were scrambling and they didn't get it right last night. Rarely do they end up not getting it right in the long term. Before we go to Jeff, his call today being brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill Services. LT, cooling, heating, and plumbing. They've been taking care of Birmingham since 1954.
Yeah, anything you need, these guys can handle. Again, if something's not flushing right, draining right, running right, disaster can strike at any moment. That's why you need to call Adam, Chad, Andrew, the team at Hempel, the ones I trust to fix it right the first time, always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. Hemp Hill Services, call now, 205-229-2090.
Jeff is in Anniston. Hefe, what is up?
What's up, man? Did y'all have a good Thanksgiving?
Fantastic. I was over near you in Jacksonville with the family. Really good.
I'm God's country. Yeah.
God's country, Calhoun County, baby.
Yeah, Jacksonville especially. That's the middle of. That's the heart of God.
The heart of God's country. Yeah. almost Sachs, but not quite.
Hey, would it be weird if someone thought Brownie's upset turkey the other day was kind of sexy?
The turkey or me dressed up as a pilgrim? Which one?
The turkey.
Oh, crap. Yeah, if you think that's kind of sexy, I think that says a lot about you.
You need to get out or get somebody in.
I saw two different ones, people wearing that hat at the Egg Bowl last night.
Well, Mr. Trendsetter there.
That's right.
The Brown Bandit.
The Brown Bandit strikes again.
It's so wild how much grown-up Peter Billingsley looks like kid Peter Billingsley, especially when he smiles. I mean, I think the only closest one I can think of next to him is a child star that looks like an adult is Kurt Russell. But have y'all seen Peter Billingsley lately?
I have.
Smile.
And the thing that jumped out to me, this is so bad, but two things continue to grow the older you get.
Yeah.
Nose and ears.
And his nose from when he was a kid to his nose now.
Yeah. All right. And, I like to sometimes try and say people's names in reverse. It's just one of the weird things I do. Like Dunaway is Ye, Winnud, Brown's Norb, and Taylor's Roll Yate. But one of the funnest ones I've ever done is Toe. That's a neat one. But,
I got to look at it.
Yeah.
This is the weirdest thing.
That'd be Oot.
Oat.
Oat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not Tutu. Well, some people call it that, but they're wrong.
Do you? Can I ask you an honest question?
I don't know. Can you?
Yeah. I mean, do you do a lot of drugs?
Not a lot. No.
Okay.
Not a lot.
Not a lot.
Define a lot.
Yeah.
Well, define drugs.
Yeah.
Prescriptions.
Well, what do you do 45 minutes before you call us? Is the question.
I usually drink coffee.
Okay. I like it that this is clean.
I mean,
this clean.
You've
Jeff.
dropped acid though, right?
Oh yeah, back in the day, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, back when you could get the real.
2021 was crazy.
Yeah, the real stuff, huh?
Oh yeah, that was the cheap buzz too. And it lasted all night.
If you and Bill Walton were on a cross country ride together in the same car, what would y'all talk about?
Oh God, let me off here, Bill.
Yeah,
that would be my conversation.
Not a more annoying person on television than Bill Walton.
No. Did y'all like the first three Bourne movies or the three John Wick movies the best?
John Wick.
Born for me.
Born for me.
I love them both, but I think I'm with LT. I lean John Wick. I can't wait.
I can't wait for 4 either.
Out,
yeah.
man.
I just
That's
think
one I
Keanu
go
is
to the movies.
Keanu is so good in that role.
It's amazing, man. Who would ever think he would end up being a badass action star?
And I think
he's
he's kind of when you watch like real footage of how well he's trained.
Yeah, he can throw down. I mean, he started in Matrix, and I guess he's just gotten better and better. More perfect square head, Matt Damon or Herman Munster?
We got 2 Damon questions there. Herman Munster.
Yeah, I think Herman Munster.
I think Damon's got a squarer jaw, though. I think I would go him.
Okay.
Yeah, he has a perfect block head if you look at it. So he could be on Gumby as the bad guy.
Gumby
reference. Y'all changed my mind on playoff expansion. In fact, I say, hell, let's go 24, 32. Why not?
That's
Let's
too
give more
many.
teams
That's
a
too
chance.
many.
Let them in.
I'll say every week we show that 12 team. There was one week that didn't blow me away, but since that 1 week, every time we show that proposed 12 team bracket, I love it more and more.
Let me beat Forrester to the punch here. Oh, yeah. Alabama fans are all in on playoff expansion now that you need it to get into the playoffs.
Yep. And Joe,
I
always knew that would be the case.
Yeah.
I always
will say I'm
knew.
being facetious.
Hey, Jeff, let me ask you, tell me if you know this. I'm going to give you a little trivia on the fly because I just read this morning. So Alabama's going into the Iron Bowl ranked outside of the top 5 for the first time since when?
My guess would be 2010, but that's the obvious one, so
yeah,
seems like you're trying to trip me up there.
I'm going to say since 2006.
It's 2010.
Yeah.
2010.
That's a minute.
That's what I'm obvious, yeah.
So you think they're going to be outside the top 5 when it's all said and done?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying going into this game, this is the first time they've been ranked outside the top 5.
Yeah.
And Kirby Smart should be hands down not only the SEC Coach of the Year, but National Coach of the Year. The man's got back-to-back SEC undefeated regular seasons. And I know he's benefited of having one of the easiest SEC schedules ever, but still. And I know a lot of people say Brian Kelly, but I still see a 20-25 ranked team there. I don't know how they're doing it, but I don't think they're as good as everybody's giving them credit. And I'm just going to wait till he can go undefeated once in the SEC before I give it to him.
Yeah, I would go Brian Kelly right now if he closes this thing out.
What does Kirby have to do? I mean, the man lost 15 draft
No, I get it.
Yeah,
I get it.
That guy never gets,
But I'm
not Kirby, but the guy that you expect to win it never gets these awards.
But are any of us shocked that Georgia's number 1 right now? I don't think we are.
I mean, going into the year, I didn't think Georgia would look the way they've looked.
No,
but to Jeff's
they lost
point,
15 guys, yeah.
But if I would have told you guys
that's
going
the
into
same thing Nick Saban's dealt with since 2009, though, Jeff. So Kirby better get used to it. Better have his Pepsi and a smile, because that's the way it's going to be the rest of his career, because we expect it from him.
But, Jeff, if I would have asked you going into this week, more surprising, Georgia's number 1 or LSU has an opportunity to get to a college football playoff?
Yeah, but we all know why that is in this year. If this was a typical year in the West, they would just be a middle of the pack. He's benefiting from a lot of things this year. To me, Georgia losing that, if they'd have had all them players coming back, I could say, yeah, of course, but God, everybody thought, man, there's no way losing that many that they can be right back where they are right now. And do back-to-back undefeated SEC is impressive. I don't care if it is the easy SEC schedule.
Well, that's SEC regular season back-to-back undefeated.
Well,
Remember, they lost an SEC game last
as
year in the
implied,
championship.
Yeah.
And
I was implied, yeah.
And there's a chance that LSU could beat them again in a week.
Yeah, well, I'll take that chance. Best 3-loss team in the country right now is Florida State, Oregon State.
I would go Kansas State or Utah.
Utah maybe. Florida State, the way
Florida
they're
State's
playing
good.
right now, they got an argument.
How many losses did UCLA have?
Oh, I think you're right.
They've
there,
got 3.
3.
But that's still Florida State. I don't know. That's a good, interesting one.
I'd take UCLA over Florida State. I'd take UCLA over Utah. I'd take UCLA over Kansas State if DTR is healthy.
Yeah. Do y'all remember the reason on why they made it legal to start allowing the pushing of a running back? I mean, I thought I'd like it but I'm not so sure now. It seems kind of artificial.
Yeah, I don't know why they made
to
that
me.
legal. I don't know why the coaches like that, because obviously as late as, what was that, 04, the Bush push? I mean,
Right.
it was illegal then, so it's been since then. I don't really remember the exact year.
I
don't know why
if they gave a reason.
Yeah.
Why they did that.
Yeah, I'm not
It's been
crazy
illegal
about it
forever.
either.
Is it one of those where it was a clarification of the rules where, because it is illegal to pull them forward?
That's right. I've seen that flag this year.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. So I don't know if they just went back and clarified it, which allowed people to start doing it more. I don't know.
Why is it
I
okay
can't
to
remember.
push but not pull?
That's exactly
I don't
right.
know.
TCU's quarterback makes me think of Jason Robards and Marsha Mason every time I see him.
Wow.
I don't have that same experience.
Are we going Mac? That's Max Dugan
Max
returns.
Dugan's returns, yeah.
But this is
One less
Duggan.
G, but still, I can't. I mean, do you not? When you see his name, still not.
Oh, I just thought Matthew Broderick gets hitting lessons from Charlie Lau. It's so
Yeah.
good.
Yeah. And two more things before I do our pick six, as same every week. Pick six, Rocky.
Sorry.
When y'all were at the circular eating surface, could y'all have the Delta dummies?
What are the Delta dummies? What does he mean by that?
The Delta gummies?
Gummies?
Gummies, yeah.
What do
'Cause,
you
you know,
mean
you'll-
when we're at the what surface?
At the round table. He was
Circular eating surface.
Circular
I know
eating
y'all don't like to say the
It's
RT
okay.
word.
We've.
Oh, could
I
we
mean, 'cause-
promote them?
Well, could you have taken them? Because they will make you test positive on a.
No,
urination.
they don't drug test in radio.
No, radio needs a workforce, so they never drug test. Yeah.
Okay, kind of like being a carpenter.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
yes.
or a painter.
I worked in radio for how long was I there? 22 years and never once took a drug test. Yeah, I mean, they would be literally without a staff.
I've taken one drug test in my life, and it was when I was getting a job at Blockbuster Video back in the 90s.
Did you get the job?
I got another
you
job
did.
afterwards.
Yeah, because that was important that you were straight there.
You failed it because you spent 20 minutes trying to rewind your urine sample?
I might have. I have no idea. So
And
bad.
something occurred to me. You know how when you leave your house for even just 10 or 15 minutes and you get back and your dog goes nuts like he hadn't seen you in forever, and everyone says, oh, they have no sense of time. To them, it could feel like a year. So I started thinking, when mine sleeps in my lap for 2 hours, is that like 8-year nap to him? I mean, no wonder he misses the hell out of me when I'm gone. I'd miss me too.
Yeah.
I could get 8-hour naps in the lap.
I don't believe that theory, by the way.
Yeah. So you think they know you were just going? I mean, because I'm thinking, what the heck? What if he's humping my leg for 30 seconds? Is that like a day to him or something? Or
yeah.
I don't know.
That's a great day.
I'd like me too. I'd love me. But all right. Here's pick six. Tulane, Cincy.
I will go.
Wait. Last week, I'm definitely going to remind y'all of this. Last week, I was 5-1. Brown and LT 2-4, and Dunaway bringing up the rear at 1-5.
Jeez,
all right, Tulane and Cincy.
Tulane.
I'll go Cincy.
I went Tulane. I thought I'd be all alone on that one. Louisville, Kentucky.
I'm going to take
Louisville,
Kentucky.
I went Kentucky. Oregon State.
Oregon State.
I'll go Oregon State.
Oregon State.
Wow, all of us taking Oregon State. Notre Dame, USC.
Notre Dame.
I'm going to go USC.
I'll go USC.
It's a tough game.
I think Marcus Freeman has the ability to scheme up Caleb Williams a little bit, and he's a one-man show these days.
I'm with you on Dunaway. I went Notre Dame, too. This is the first time I've jumped off USC in a while. Washington State.
I'll go
This is
Wazoo.
my toughest.
Yeah, I'll go Wazoo, too.
I'll take Washington State as well.
I went Washington, and at first I said Washington State, but I ended up taking Washington. And Michigan, Ohio State.
Ohio State.
I will take Ohio State as well.
Yep.
All right, guys. Y'all have a great weekend.
Thank you, Jeff. You too, buddy.
If Blake Corum was 100%, I would maybe go the other direction. We'll get more of that conversation coming up in our Buffalo Wild Wings pick three. Part of the show being brought to you by Dr. B, the guy who has LT's hair at about a 14.5% hair growth.
Yeah, when we got that second hair analysis done about 6 weeks ago, the hair's already 14% thicker. Still pretty early in my treatment, just started the second phase, already have significant growth. Dr. Beckenstein, the best in the business. Dr. B pioneered the use of NeoGraft hair restoration in Alabama, remains at the forefront of hair preservation in the Southeast. For more information, t3hair.net. Dr. B takes pride in treating each patient personally, applying his expertise to produce those quality results. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. B for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience, his advanced training and genetic testing to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. Call Dr. Beckenstein today, 205-319-0316. Tell him the next round sent you. Again, for more information, t3hair.net.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available. Plus, the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386 or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com or call them up 205-408-4FUN for Backyard Adventures. Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing, locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531 or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Dear past, present, and future football watchers, you know why we're here. The football season is back! Woo! And since that's too amazing to miss a single second's worth, Pepsi is officially giving you permission to always put football first. Like maybe those in-laws are back in town. Well, better hope they're football fans because your Sunday is completely booked. Long story short, crack open a Pepsi and don't let anything get between you and your football watching. With love, Pepsi, made for football watching. That's what I like.
Start your day on our website, nextroundlive.com. The morning rounds give you the top links to the stories you need to see before going to lunch with your buddies. At nextroundlive.com, you can also watch and listen to the show live or download our top podcast and shop in the Next Round store. New arrivals, new downloads, new shows, new contests, all on one website, nextroundlive.com. Make it your homepage, nextroundlive.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
Football season is back, and so are tailgates. It's time to win that tailgate with Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his winning team will open up the doors so you can dine in or an easy-to-go pickup when you order at champy'schicken.com. At Champy's, you experience southern staples like chicken on a stick and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales that are to die for. Hand-cut chicken tenders and a whole lot more right on your way home or to the big game. Highway 119 in Alabaster. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken.
The show being brought to you today by our friends at Buffalo Wild Wings. We're about to get into the pick 3. Before Rockstar plays the song, LT, tell us about B-Dubs.
Yes. They've got 12 great locations throughout Birmingham, including new locations in Chelsea and Oxford. Almost 20 years in the market, serving up the absolute best sports atmosphere and wings around the place to be. Football Saturdays and Sundays. And today, Buffalo Wild Wings takeout available all weekend long through that Buffalo Wild Wings app.
All right, Rocky, let's talk about the games going on this weekend, including the Iron Bowl and the game between Michigan and Ohio State. Hit it, my friend.
Pick 3, it's time for the pick 3. 3 for you and 3 for me, that equals a pick 3. Say goodbye to your family, it's time for the pick 3. Only time that I'm happy is when it's time for pick 3.
And it's brought to you by our friends at B-Dubs. All right, man, let's talk first about the Iron Bowl. Henry To'oto'o was with us earlier. This game plays out in what way for you, Lance, first? Is it a close game like it was last year at Jordan-Hare Stadium? Possibility of Auburn shocking the world? Or could this one get a little out of hand?
I think it gets out of hand. I just think it's night and day from Bryant-Denny to Jordan-Hare when these games are played. And I also don't think the quarterback situation is helping Auburn at all. I think they play into the hands of Alabama as long as Alabama can limit Bigsby and Hunter. If you were to tell me Bigsby and Hunter go for a combined 300 yards.
Well, hey.
Yeah.
Then you got something.
Then Auburn's got a shot.
Yeah.
If you were to tell me that Auburn's +3 in turnovers, Auburn's got a shot. I just don't see those things happening. I think Alabama wins this one going away.
Yeah, I agree with Lance on this. I think Auburn is way too one-dimensional offensively. As I talked about with Henry To'oto'o, even Auburn people, it's not just speculation, this is Auburn people have talked about how much the enthusiasm and the emotion is the reason for improvement of play. I think that's hard to do if you get down early in a hostile environment. It's hard to keep that emotion and keep living off of that. At some point, it's going to come down to the X's and O's in this game, and they have a deficiency in the pass game. And it's very, very difficult to beat a Nick Saban defense when you are that one-sided, that one-dimensional, and I just don't think that can carry on the road like that against Alabama's defense. By far and away the best team Auburn has faced in the Carnell Williams era. What?
Oh, it's true. I've never heard it. The Carnell Williams era. I like that. That's good.
Oh, you didn't like it. You laughed at it.
No, I laughed because I've never thought of it that way.
Because were you being serious?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, since Carnell Williams has been interim coach, by far and away the best team they have played, and the most difficult situation. I mean, it's just a lot stacked against Auburn here.
Yeah, it really is. A couple of sound bites for you here about the game. Let's go first with Tank Bigsby. Speaking of the Carnell Williams era, cut number 10, Rockstar. You tell me if he's taking a shot at anybody here. Here's Tank Bigsby, big running back, who all of a sudden the stat numbers are going up for him and Jarquavius Hunter here. Here is Tank Bigsby on the Iron Bowl.
It's amazing because we actually attempting to do it. You know, Coach Friend and Coach Cadillac and Coach Ike are finding ways to get us the ball. You know, and that's all I really feel like it come down to, trying to get your guys the ball before they can make plays, you know. Because, I mean, some plays may not work, but it's going to be a couple of those plays that do work. So just stick with it and just try to find ways to get your playmakers the ball. It's uplifting, if you want me to be honest. I feel like Coach Friend and Coach Ike and Coach Cadillac, they do a really good job of what they're doing because, like, they played the game and they put the guys in a position where they need to be at when plays need to be made or anything. So I feel like it's electrifying to me. It's really good to see you know, other guys on the team have success and my coaches have. It's really good.
So what he is saying there, to shut that down to 5 seconds, is since Carnell Williams took over, we're getting the playmakers the ball to make plays. a direct shot at Brian Harsin in the play calling before Carnell took over.
There's no doubt about that. That is a direct shot at Eric Keesaw and Brian Harsin, and it was fairly obvious watching the game, right? I mean, there were times where like, where is Tank Bigsby? This guy's had 2 touches in the half, and he's getting the ball much more. And that's a smart move. That's what they've got. It's what they're good at. I'll give Will Friend credit and Carnell Williams credit for saying, look, we're not good at throwing the football. We're not good. So let's just try to see what we can do in the run game, and it has worked. But I ask you this. Here's Auburn's pass games under Carnell Williams, 75, 60, 122, okay? So let's assume that's who Auburn is right now on offense. They're not going to throw for any more than 100 or so yards against Alabama. How many rush yards, then, do you think Auburn needs to have a chance at winning this game?
322.
I think 300.
The most Alabama's given up is 190. So that's your challenge if you're Auburn, because I think you're probably about right. 300 or more gives you a chance at winning this game. You've got to rush for 110 more yards than Alabama has given up all year just to have that chance.
Unless your defense does something amazing in the game and slows down this Alabama offense, sort of what like Texas did early on. Can you make Alabama score in the teens or low 20s in this contest? That's also a path to victory. If your defense is unbelievable.
That'd be a lot to ask against this Alabama offense.
Did the Pig King give Tank his crown there?
Tank, I like that out. It looked like he was fresh off the slopes in the white there.
That's right.
Yeah. What did it say on there? Was that numerals?
I have yet to go to the new Auburn football facility, but is that one of those that you can ski right in? That you just come off the slopes, you just ski right in and take them off?
I'm being told by Tyler that is a Gucci beanie.
How about that? Tank working that NIL game well. Yeah, good for Tank.
NIL. It's not overrated. Nick Saban, Cup 4 rock star. Nick Saban here. This is one of the interesting stats about this game that Brown has brought up twice this week about Nick Saban hasn't coached in an Iron Bowl game at Bryant-Denny Stadium since 2018. It is a fact. He got asked about this after practice on Wednesday. Here's the coach.
This will be your first Iron Bowl at home since 2018. Last time out, you were obviously out with COVID. Is that something you're looking forward to, is playing this
I
game?
was here in 2020.
You had COVID.
I know, but I was here.
I'm just saying, I
watched the game.
Are you looking more forward to being able to be at the stadium, though, than at home?
Hell yeah. I mean, you act like I went, to the moon or something. I was right there watching the game. And the interesting thing about watching the game at home, is I never realized that the TV copy is like a couple seconds behind the real copy. So I have the real film shooting, and I have the TV on. So I could watch the play, and then I could see it again. So it was a pretty effective experience, and for the little bit that I was able to communicate, I could contribute to some degree.
Wow.
By the way,
interesting.
Yeah. By the way, I think there is
there's a rule against that, right?
Maybe.
It's 2020, man. We threw the rules out with COVID, obviously. It's so many fronts. We threw the rules out with COVID. That was an interesting answer by him. I mean, it is weird that he hasn't been a coach of Bryant-Denny Stadium for this game since 2018. When you think about it, it is weird.
So to dissect this, Nick Saban was getting his own live feed of the game,
right?
Which could be against CBS copyrights. Oh. So he had a closed circuit feed and had some small communication.
Yep.
Limited communication.
He had to listen to Gary, which is what we learned. So.
Well, it was a good game. I didn't know about that call.
I mean, do you guys not think this game is completely different if it's played in Jordan-Hare?
Completely different. I mean, yes, I think Alabama would have much more difficulty offensively. Auburn's defense would play off that emotion. Alabama, as we saw last year, had a tough time. Auburn had a good get-off in that game with the crowd noise. Alabama was late getting off the ball a lot, and that helped Auburn a ton.
Yep. It led to a number of sacks that you didn't see the very next week against a more talented defense in Georgia.
I think to Dunaway's point, in Jordan-Hare, Auburn's defense would have a chance of keeping Alabama around 20 or 21, which would give you an opportunity to win this game.
Which is what we saw, last year at Jordan-Hare
Oh, my gosh, even worse than that. Last year they had 10 in regulation.
Exactly.
So, yes, to answer your question. I think it would be different.
I've got a question about the game. I'll tell you after the Pan Store. I want your answer. You guys are always very honest. The Pan Store will give you a great opportunity to get the fan, Bama, Auburn, UAB fan in your life. That special gift under the tree. 7 great locations. If you want to go in and put your hands on the product, take a look at them and maybe size them up perfectly. Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, Hoover, and in Auburn. Or you can go online to panstore.com. Follow them on all their social media platforms at The Pan Store on social media. Game day hats, Yeti accessories, sunglasses, game day polos, Antigua, Taylor and Meg, Johnny O, Gentile, and the special game day gear designed specifically for women. It's The Pan Store, 7 locations, and panstore.com, panstore.com. With so much relying on Auburn running the game, and we've already seen Carnell do this with success earlier this year. I don't want to use the word flea flicker because that makes me sound like I'm, from the 1970s.
Did you see ESPN get that wrong? When they tweeted out when Auburn had the tailback pass, halfback pass, whatever you want to call that, halfback pass, sounds like you're from the 50s. And they said Auburn successfully runs a flea flicker. I'm like, it's nowhere close to a flea flicker. How do you say it? Literally, you gave it to the running back and he threw it. Not even close to a flea flicker.
Well, I mean, that's a halfback pass. Some people would put that in a flea flicker category. What are some of the ESPN did?
If they don't know football, they would.
So
maybe.
You tell me plays like that, running back throws, double reverse passes, anything like that. When you've got to run the football, and Alabama's going to be sucking up to the line, people on islands. How many of those type plays do you think you see?
I would go over under 2.5.
Yeah, you probably got to run some to back Alabama off. I think the danger, everybody always likes to say throw out, just throw caution to the wind and stuff like that. When you do that, you're telling your team, we think we have to do this stuff to win. And there's nothing wrong with that as long as that stuff works. But once that stuff, I've always thought, once that stuff gets stopped, you're like, well, if we had to do that to get the win, they've just stopped 2 of them, we're in trouble, right? I mean, I think you run a mental risk there.
Rough from 15 puts it at 4, the number of trick plays.
You got to be careful. Like my brother, we were watching last night, yesterday. What game was that? Was that the Buffalo game where they had a halfback pass that was a pass interference, I think? Buffalo and Detroit. And my brother made a great point. He said, my fear in running a halfback pass is the halfback only hears one part of that play, pass. Yeah. And he is going to throw it come hell or high water. If it's open or not, he's throwing it because it says pass in the play.
It's his one chance to throw the football.
It's my one chance to throw the football.
Yeah.
But you got to take some of those shots tomorrow if you're Auburn. You have to.
Yeah, especially if Alabama's, walking 8 or 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 into the box in the game. It ends up being hard to run the football. You got to back them off somehow. So it'll be interesting to see how it plays out. That's some of our Buffalo Wild Wings Pick 3. We'll keep the discussion going on the other side. The show being brought to you in part by our friends at Greystone Chiropractic. They're Browns guys, and they're the great doctors. A whole big, not just a chiropractor, it's a lot more.
It is. Element Wellness is what it is, Jimmy Dunaway. And on Element Wellness, it's about making you look better, feel better, and heal better with things like IV vitamin therapy, cryotherapy, infrared sauna, red light therapy, holistic nutrition consulting, all of that under the roof there at Element Wellness. ElementWellness.me, ElementWellness.me, right there with Greystone Chiropractic, Tattersall Park, just off 280 and 119, very convenient, all under one roof. Greystone Chiropractic and Element Wellness. See more at ElementWellness.me.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
There are so many things I love about Walk-Ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-Ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 in Hoover with Walk-Ons.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. They have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they've now opened their 10th office location in Central Alabama. To find your agent in your neighborhood, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. That's MOVE to 35620. In this crazy market, depend on a neighborhood friend. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free, no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
The NFL playoffs are just around the corner, and every game matters. Join us on the Next Round and Pepsi every Thursday as we preview the upcoming big games in the NFL weekend. Pepsi and the NFL, a perfect match for your weekend.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At nextround.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
Starting here in 15 minutes, two interesting games today. Baylor and Texas with really no... Well, I guess Texas still needs a win to maybe be in the Big 12 championship game.
All they've got to do is beat Baylor. They're a healthy favorite, 9.5, and then Kansas State needs to get upset by Kansas,
Which is the least likely one, I would say. It's more likely Texas wins than Kansas State loses.
Yeah, I would agree. But if both happens, you've got Texas in the Big 12 championship game.
And I hope all of you guys are playing the Buffalo Wild Wings Pick 3. If you won throughout the year in the championship round, we will let you know next week who wins the big grand prize from our friends at Buffalo Wild Wings. Part of the show as we continue the B-Dub conversation is being brought to you today by our friends at Gutter Cap, that wonderful device that our man C. Stu puts on your house that protects your gutters, your house. You never have to clean them ever again.
Yeah, a 20-year service record here in Birmingham. Gutter Cap is a patented aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters, keeping that debris out, eliminates gutter cleaning forever. It's backed with a lifetime warranty. One thing you don't want to do this weekend is get the dangerous ladder out. Right now, 45% off the retail price. Call Chris Stewart for more information, 205-823-2212, or online, guttercapbirmingham.com. Cap it, don't snap it.
Dustin with an interesting question in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room here. Do y'all agree Auburn is getting Kiffin or Freeze, and both would be an upgrade over their last 3 coaches. So Brian Harsin, Gus Malzahn, Gene Chizik.
Well, one won a national championship. One was a big part of that. One won an SEC championship and got him to a national championship with a lead after 58 minutes of the game. Do I think Kiffin or Freeze can do?
Is Kiffin or Freeze a better coach than Gene Chizik? Would you say both are better than Gene Chizik?
both are better than
I would
Gene
agree
Chizik.
with you on that. Kiffin and Freeze both better than Brian Harsin.
Both are better than Brian Harsin.
I would agree with you on that. Kiffin and Freeze.
I would agree with that,
Okay.
but the next question, I'm already shaking my head no.
Kiffin and Freeze both obviously better than Gus Malzahn.
I don't know about Kiffin. I would lean Kiffin. I know Freeze is a better coach.
So interesting. I thought you would say no to Kiffin obviously better than Malzahn. I'm interested. You only lean Kiffin there.
Tell me the difference between Hugh Freeze and Gus Malzahn. I mean, tell me the difference. They both were high school coaches who bring an offense to the table that are basically designed virtually the same way.
Gus Malzahn was better at a better job. That's the difference.
Yeah, and I
I'm not saying he's not better, but I'm saying he was better at a better job. For
Hugh
sure.
gets a lot more out of his quarterbacks.
I would agree with that.
Okay.
Yep, I would agree with that. Gus Malzahn gets way more out of his run game. Hugh Freeze couldn't run the football consistently. You remember that.
Hugh's never had a really good job.
He hasn't. Malzahn. No, let's do Kiffin now because I'm more interested in this one. Kiffin obviously better than Malzahn?
No, not obviously.
I don't think any of them are obviously better than Gus Malzahn. I mean, Kiffin is a better show. He is going to be able. What Auburn needs most right now is a better roster. And Lane Kiffin, if he got the job, would provide them a better roster.
Is Lane Kiffin, Gus Malzahn a better Twitter game?
I think there is a lot of Freeze, Malzahn, and Kiffin. You could throw them into the same thing, except Kiffin looks better, sounds better, is perceived to be a lot cooler, and is a better national image than the other two.
Interesting.
Is he perceived a lot cooler?
Well,
the Gus, yes.
By 17 and 18-year-olds, yes, he is. Yes, he is.
Yeah, I mean, I think Kiffin has
same maturity level. I get it.
Kiffin's got some. He's got some swagger. I don't know what you would call it with the younger generation.
I mean, TV people love him.
They do.
I mean, Game Day would love him.
He's better on Twitter for whatever that's worth. But I don't know that he's obviously a better coach than Gus Malzahn. Like, I think Lane Kiffin, what was Gus there, 7 years?
No, I think they're a lot alike. Again, I think it is. That's why I can't really decide. It is Gus with a little flair because Kiffin is going to lose 4 games a year.
Yeah,
but Freeze did exactly the same thing that Gus did. He beat Alabama a couple of times and still lost games he shouldn't have lost. That's exactly what Gus did.
No, that's true.
In his 8 years at Auburn, short of Gus a year there, in his 8 years at Auburn, 67 and 35, 38 and 27 in conference. I would say Lane might do marginally better than that. Like I could see Lane be 70 and 30, which is you know.
Well, I mean, listen, I don't know what Lane's going to do, and we're all living on Lane time. It's like island time. Whenever Lane decides, Lane will decide, and I do believe it's his job to turn down. Okay, all that is said, if Lane goes to, think into the future here, and I don't think whoever takes this Auburn job is going to be fired in the next 3 years. They're going to have to ride this out, especially if it's Lane Kiffin, because the contract's going to be enormous. As we move Texas and Oklahoma into this league, where is my schedule going to be drastically different on a day in and day out basis, year in and year out? Much more difficult permanent games if I go to Auburn than if I stay at Ole Miss.
Well, you're assuming the 2 permanents are Georgia and Alabama, that there are 2 permanents and they're Georgia and Alabama.
Yeah, I assume there'll be 3 permanents.
Okay, Georgia, Alabama, and somebody else.
But give me Mississippi State, whoever else I get at Ole Miss, to not have Georgia and Alabama every year. I just feel like, now you're going to play everybody every other year, so it's not going to matter that much. But if I'm being judged by my rivals, hell of a lot tougher at Auburn than it is at Ole Miss, though he just lost last night.
Yeah, and look, and I've said this before, Lane he had a great situation in Oxford where everyone loved him and didn't have the pressure that he will have at Auburn, and he's got a lot more control in Oxford. But I think he's burned some bridges now. I don't know what the situation.
You know what this is? This is a relationship where he's been caught cheating, and they even if he wants to stay now, I don't think they can trust him.
Well, there's a trust factor, but you've offered him this big contract, according to Richard Cross, so there's also no going back on that. Now, I do agree with Robert. Kiffin is a gigantic upgrade from Harsin because Harsin hated the transfer portal and dealing with NIL and recruits, and that is what Kiffin does well.
That's
There's
right. He
no
makes
doubt.
Auburn better day one by getting him a better roster.
Yeah, he knows how to work the portal.
You win football games
Yep.
with players, and
Yep.
and Kiffin will. I mean, look at the roster last night. I mean, Junkins is a recruit that he picked up and is a star, except for last night. And then the portal guys. I mean, Jackson Dart, Matt Corral, the portal guys can be really, really successful.
I've heard he's really good in the portal, and he's a good recruiter, not a great recruiter.
I don't know that he's a tireless recruiter,
Yeah,
but I don't know.
I think Hugh Freeze is. Hugh Freeze is a really good recruiter. You go back to the Ole Miss days now.
They had top 5 classes.
Yeah, a lot of that was.
It's all legal now,
It
Lance.
is, yeah. So what does it matter?
Yeah.
Yeah, but got to get a better roster. And that's what Kiffin can do.
Like back in the day, if he was just promising Kim Dichie, I'll get you $1 million in NIL. I mean, that's a gray area right now. But
And I've said this since the whole speculation began. I mean, once Harsin was fired, if you want the better coach, you go Hugh Freeze. If you want the flash and the fun ride, you go Kiffin. I'm pulling for Kiffin because I want what can ultimately be. I don't even know what the situation could turn into. It'll be fun to watch.
Tell me about Simpio, and then I got a question. I want another Golden Lasso Wonder Woman question I'd love to be able to ask.
Blake and the guys at Simpio, this was one of the first calls we made here at the next round because Simpio takes care of all the BS in every single office. When a business joins Simpio, they take care of the 4 pillars: compliance, HR, payroll, benefits. When your company joins Simpio, you gain access to healthcare and employer benefits at prices only large organizations get. On average, Simpio is saving companies of all sizes and industries 18% net of their fees. You can join Simpio any time of year, no annual contract. With that being said, Simpio has a 99% retention rate. Call Blake and the guys at Simpio, 205-635-7467 or online Simpio.com.
If you could absolutely get a 100% honest comment from Kirby Smart and Nick Saban, Auburn's 2 biggest rivals, who do you think they are okay with Auburn hiring or they don't want?
Well,
do you think they're okay with them hiring Kiffin or Freeze? Or?
I think at the same school, the same exact school, Hugh Freeze beat them back-to-back. I don't think anybody's beaten Saban back-to-back other than Hugh Freeze. Am I right about that?
You're right.
In consecutive years anyway, back-to-back. So at the same school that he beat them in back-to-back years, my guess would be that based on that, and they're undefeated, or Saban is anyway, against Lane Kiffin. So my guess on that. Now that said, don't forget Kiffin played Saban close in 2009, should have won that game or could have easily won that game in 2009. That game is closer than the score indicated in 20, not close at all in 21, and had a shot at the end zone to beat him in 22. So though Freeze did beat him twice, Kiffin has made it really, really uncomfortable 2 out of the 3 times, or really 3 out of the 4 times.
Well, and look, and they know, and this is, again, everybody has their own baggage. And obviously Hugh Freeze has got a huge cloud above his head as well.
Right.
But Kiffin, let's not forget, was fired for a reason. Nick Saban fired him for a reason. And there were some things that went down in Tuscaloosa a lot of people don't discuss. And, Auburn just, when they didn't like Harsin after year 1, there were a lot of things that were said about Harsin. If Kiffin has a bad year, it's not going to be hard to come up with a lot of things to say about Kiffin.
I just feel
so
like...
I think with that said, I think Saban and Kirby both would rather have Kiffin in that spot.
To me, I'm just the opposite. I think Nick Saban and Kirby Smart, they build their success off of recruiting, and their biggest threat is Lane Kiffin recruiting at Auburn more than Hugh Freeze or anyone else.
I don't know about that.
I think Kiffin's a better recruiter.
You think Kiffin's a better recruiter?
No, I think
Freeze. I think Freeze is the better of the 2 recruiters.
I think he's a lot older now, and we'll see, though. We'll see.
I mean, Lane's got priorities. I mean, I think it starts with freshwater, Twitter, Knox, which is good. Then I think it comes to football.
Well, we will talk more football with Stan White in the next segment about the Iron Bowl. We've heard from Henry Toa. Tyler Watts with us in the final hour. Rockstar has a playhouse for us today. The show being brought to you in part by our friends at MyBookie. A lot of games out there today and more great basketball. Yesterday was a great basketball day, too. If you enjoyed all of that, you can play it all with our friends at mybookie.ag.
Yeah, get on board with code NEXTROUND at mybookie.ag, and here's what they are going to do. They are going to give you a chance to win $200 in cash on a deposit of $50 or more. And using the bonus is simple. You just bet your deposit amount one time, and you can cash out. It is no strings attached. It is that easy with mybookie.ag. So hammer this bonus this weekend. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. mybookie.ag. mybookie.ag. To get that bonus, use code NEXTROUND, and a deposit of $50 or more could win you $200 in cash you can use instantly. mybookie.ag, code NEXTROUND.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Thanksgiving is here, and let the New York Butcher Shop be the place to get all of your holiday meal items. Their premium turkeys are fresh, free-range, and hormone-free. The New York Butcher Shop also has a wide selection of chef-prepared side items to help save you time in the kitchen. Pick up a bottle of wine, and your meal will be complete. Turkeys are selling fast, so place your order today. 2 locations to serve you, in Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
Fall weather is the best time to be on the golf course, and Jerry Pate's design at Timberline will not disappoint. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. You're not average, and the New Balance Birmingham store has the shoes and apparel to perfectly match your unaverage self. If we were all shaped the same and had the same level of fitness, and if we all walked and ran exactly alike, well, then I guess an average shoe store selling average shoes would be just fine. But you deserve better. At the New Balance Birmingham store, our specialists will match you with a custom pair of New Balance shoes that fit you perfectly. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store. Your feet will thank you.
What are you waiting for? It's non-stop gaming action at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play more than 900 of the latest and greatest games around, featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. And try your luck on our popular sports parlay. There are more ways to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Birmingham Racecourse Casino, located off I-459, exit 31, Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
For one of Birmingham's best beer selections since 2016, come check out our friends at the Beer Hog. With 64 local, regional, and international craft beers on tap, there is something for everyone. Plenty of TVs to watch all the games while you enjoy some of their fresh-baked pizzas and delicious appetizers. The Beer Hog also has wines on tap and a full bar with great signature cocktails. Don't forget about the large selection of packaged beer and growlers to go. Follow us on Facebook or just stop by the Beer Hog, located 2408 Pelham Parkway.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Football is back, and you can check out the new arrivals in the Next Round store. Support the brand by grabbing a t-shirt, hoodie, or hat. See the latest gear online at nextround.store. That's nextround.store. We've got gear in your favorite team colors, perfect to wear to the stadium or tailgate. All the gear has been approved by everyone on the show. Quality and comfort that's perfect to share as a gift. Just visit nextround.store. That's nextround.store, the official store of Double Down Media.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Start your day on our website, nextroundlive.com. The morning rounds give you the top links to the stories you need to see before going to lunch with your buddies. At nextroundlive.com, you can also watch and listen to the show live, or download our top podcast and shop in the Next Round store. New arrivals, new downloads, new shows, new contests, all on one website, nextroundlive.com. Make it your homepage, nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Russ right now on Twitter. Thank you guys for being live today, driving back from Disney, and it's nice to listen to. Russ, thank you for being live today and driving back from Disney. We appreciate you tuning us in. Drive safely, man, and we'll talk a little football with Stan White in just the second part of this show, being brought to you by our friends at Champy's, world-famous fried chicken, champyschicken.com to see the whole menu or location near you. Our location, one we love, is Highway 119 in Alabaster. That's where Sterling and his crew will take care of you with those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. They are to die for. Perfect. You're going to get tired of that Thanksgiving meal really quickly today. Or Saturday or Sunday. Make sure you get some great fried chicken and, reset that, recalibrate that those taste buds with great Southern fried chicken and those Mississippi Delta tamales. Sterling and the crew open Highway 119 for lunch and dinner. It's our friends at champyschicken.com.
All right, let's talk some Iron Bowl. Stan White with us now on the Next Round. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What's up, Stan? Hope you had a great Thanksgiving.
Oh, sure did, guys. Probably put on a few pounds and watch a little football and, I guess continuing to enjoy the long weekend. So looking forward to some more football starting up pretty soon.
Yeah, absolutely. And you'll be in Tuscaloosa for part of it. 2:30 CBS kick, 11:30 airtime on the Auburn Sports Network for you guys there for the Iron Bowl. When you look at this game, we were talking about it just a moment ago. Auburn they've been one-dimensional. There's no other way about it, leaning much more heavily on the run than the pass. If you assume turnovers are even and there's nothing crazy, what do you think a good target of rush yards for Auburn is to win this game?
Oh, man, that's a good question. I would think that between the whole Auburn offensive output, between Hunter, Bigsby, and even Robbie Ashford, I would think you'd have to get in the 150 to between 150 and 200 to feel like you give yourself a chance. So that's going to be a tough ask. Obviously, Alabama's rush defense is really good, and so that's going to be very, very difficult. But Auburn, like you said, has been pretty one-dimensional. I still think they're going to have to pass the ball and take some shots at times. And I think they're going to have to get a little fortunate at times too in the passing game, whether it be an extended play with Robbie Ashford's legs and maybe find a guy behind some coverage or whatever. But clearly they've gotten a lot better, and the focus has been on their run game, the last 3 or 4 weeks, and they've done a good job with it. So that's going to have to be they're going to have to run the ball tomorrow, and sometimes it's going to look like they're banging their heads against the wall at times because Alabama will stop them, obviously some, but they're going to have to continue to focus on ball control and running the ball.
Stan, I know it hasn't been elite competition over the last couple of weeks with A&M and Western Kentucky, but does it seem like this team is better since Cadillac took over?
Oh, I don't think there's any question. And it just seems like the energy's there. They're playing for one another. I mean, they're kind of taking on the role of their head coach as far as the personality of them. They're just playing a lot looser, it seems like. Of course, the turnovers has helped. I mean, Western Kentucky, 7-5 now, I guess came in 7-4. In their wins, they were plus 16 in the turnover ratio, and Auburn won the turnover battle. And you remember at one time this year, Auburn had committed at least, I think, 10 turnovers to no takeaways. So Auburn has clearly gotten better with the turnover ratio, and that's helped them as well. And of course, they've gotten better with the run game. So, but yeah, they're just playing a lot more sound. And of course, the passing game is an area that they've struggled with, throwing the ball downfield at times. But the running game has clearly made up for it. And I think what doesn't get discussed as much is their offensive line has played much better of late. They caught a lot of flack over the last year and a half for protection, but they clearly deserve a little bit of credit as well for being able to open up the holes and the running backs get through them.
And see, I agree with you. And I want to ask you, because you know football better than me, have they simplified things? And is that why the offensive line is able to maybe play at a different level? Do you think Carnell and Will Friend and them came together and said, listen, there's only a small bucket of things we can do really well. Let's try to do that small bucket really well.
Yeah, 100%. And you heard Cadillac even talk about that. I mean, he said it in the press conference. We're going to simplify things. We're just going to try to do the things we do well, and we're going to try to focus on that, and we're going to rep that. And so I think that's part of it. And they also I think, with Will Friend calling most of the plays, he and Ike Hilliard sharing those responsibilities. I believe Will, obviously being an offensive line guy, kind of knows his strengths of his guys a little bit more. And so it's almost like a collective team effort into going into game planning. I'm not so sure that was the case, earlier with Coach Harsin, and that's just maybe the way he wanted it, and that's the way he does things. It's far be it for me to tell him how to put together a game plan. And so, but it certainly seems like that's the case. They just simplified it with what they do well. You've seen a lot more pro eye sets with toss sweeps that they've had success with, and then you've seen here and there they'll institute a good little trick play right at the perfect time. Whether it be a halfback pass, whether it be a reverse, using some eye candy type stuff, and so they've really done that, and they seem to just embrace that. Hey, look, we're going to, instead of taking in 75 plays into a typical game plan, and I'm just throwing out a number there. I don't know how many they take. We're going to take half of that, or maybe 50, or whatever. And so and they've embraced that, and they're executing it at a high level.
Stan White is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Former Auburn quarterback will be part of the Iron Bowl call there on the Auburn Sports Network. 2:30 kick, 11:30 airtime on the Auburn Sports Network. We talked a lot about offense with you here, but defensively, Alabama's offensive line isn't terrific. They've had good games. They've had bad games. You've got to – this is what worked so well last year. You've got to find a way to make Bryce Young uncomfortable if you're the Auburn defensive front.
Yeah, and that's a very difficult task to make him uncomfortable, because he flourishes with extending plays. I mean, you've just seen it for, 2 years now, I guess. And, but the one thing that Auburn has done well, they've pretty consistent all year, is their defensive backfield play has been pretty good. I mean, it hasn't been, they've had their moments where they struggled some, but for the most part, DJ James has been their guy. They're a really hardcore cover guy. Nehemiah Pritchett had probably his best game last week on Senior Day. And of course, Jalen Simpson moving to safety because of some injuries has done well. And then I think the emergence, I wouldn't say the emergence, really the guys that's coming on, Kobe Wooden and Derek Hall. I mean, those guys are ball players, and they've done a good job of getting pressure on the passer a lot of times too. And that's what I started back with Mississippi State. Rogers first quarter just ate Auburn up, and then Auburn forced a couple of turnovers on sacks, and they got back in it and took the lead late in the game and took it to overtime. So. But you've got to do the best you can to keep Bryce Young in the pocket. You let him get out of the pocket and see downfield. That's when he makes the explosive plays.
Yeah, Stan, it's hard to believe we're going into Week 12, and there's not an Auburn receiver that has more than 25 receptions or 2 touchdowns. Is this a group that we still don't really know anything about just based on circumstances?
I would think so. Javaris Johnson had showed some glimpses. Corey Moore lately has done some good things. I think the circumstances dictate. Look, they got to a position midway point of the year when they made that transition, or the last, month, where they said, look, our best players we know are our running backs. So we're going to focus on getting those guys the ball, and even at the expense of maybe a catch here and there. And then when Robbie Ashford completely took over the reins, he was still a pretty fresh quarterback, pretty raw. I mean, he had not played in 3 years very many meaningful snaps. And so, clearly I think that right now we see that the passing game is one of the weaker things for Auburn's offense. And sometimes they tend to make the easy look hard. And I'm kind of quoting from what I said last week and what Jason Campbell made a great point. And he said, they sometimes in the passing game when there's an easy pass, a short pass, they kind of make that look hard. And one thing that Will Friend, Ike Hilliard, and Cadillac has done a good job of. They said, look, let's focus on our strengths. Let's really beat up our strengths and not worry about the weaknesses as much. Just don't. Sometimes you beat your head against the wall, putting a round object into a square hole, and that's one thing they've done good. They try to run Robbie more. They put him in running situations, and then every once in a while you'll throw him in an RPO where he can see downfield and throw the ball.
I'm interested because I know you went through this. You knew in one Iron Bowl at Legion Field, it was Pat Dye's last game before you played it. So that could either be motivation or distraction or both in that situation. We talked all week going into last night's game if Lane Kiffin being out there with possible discussions with Auburn and all that was a distraction for Ole Miss. That game is past now. With the coaching uncertainty out there for the future at Auburn, is that at all a distraction, or do you think because of what Carnell has done with this team that they're all focused on one more ride with the caddy?
I think they're focused, and really I don't know if or when an announcement will be made, whether it be today, tomorrow, whatever. I tend to think that it's better either way to wait until after the Iron Bowl. Now, there's a couple of different thoughts on that. Some people say, well, if Auburn goes and wins tomorrow, there's going to be a big push for Cadillac to remain as the head coach. Well, okay, to me that's a win-win too, because the guy just re-energized the program in a 5-week period or 4-week period. But then also, if you go outside and hire a Kiffin, Freeze, Sanders, whoever you're looking at, then I think priority would be let's try to find a spot on our staff for that guy who's done so much over the past month in Cadillac. But this team right now, the facts are they're playing as good as they played all year. All right, they're playing for one another, they're playing for their coaches, they're playing for each other, and just going out and having fun. And they feel right now they don't have any pressure. Why disrupt that? That's my point of why do anything before this game to disrupt the rhythm they're playing in. It's not pretty by any means. It's not. They're not going out there and beating people 55-7 or whatever. You got a 13-10 win against an A&M team that clearly has not had a good year. You beat a Western Kentucky team that was a pretty solid team, already bowl eligible, and they've had some good wins, but you beat them pretty soundly. And so you're playing as good as you played all year. Why mess with that? They're about to face a top 10 team in Alabama, who for the first time, I guess, in the Iron Bowl has been no ramifications, I guess, since 2007 or so.
Yeah.
So, in some respects, Alabama doesn't have a whole lot to lose either. They're just going out there and playing as well. So, Auburn's got the biggest task it's had all year playing on the road against the top 10. So why disrupt that rhythm they're playing with? I mean, Alabama may have a chance to disrupt that anyway. So why look at outside factors to disrupt this last game for a lot of these seniors? Just respect that and let it go. Now I don't know. They could sit there and report something in 2 hours for all I know, or they could wait till tomorrow, or Sunday at 2:00. I really don't know.
Stan White calling for a 1:15 news conference.
But I don't see other than recruiting and just kind of getting something solidified. Because everyone right now, let's face it, everyone in Auburn and around the state of Alabama that's Auburn fans or wherever you're an Auburn fan, right now is kind of on pins and needles. And is it because of the coaching search or the Iron Bowl? I don't think it's because of the Iron Bowl, right?
Right.
And then most people, I think, in Oxford, Mississippi, are probably on pins and needles right now. And so it's like, okay, let's focus on the game, and then we can handle this in 48 hours from now. I know not a lot of people want to hear that. They want to get some answers like today or yesterday or last night. But, there is a game to be played, and people tend to forget that these seniors, some of these players are playing their last game forever. So, let's make the game important, and we can handle whatever happens with this coaching search, in a couple of days.
All right, he is Stan White. You can hear him along with Andy Burcham, Jason Campbell, Ronnie Brown, the entire gang there on the Auburn Sports Network coming up Saturday, 11:30 airtime for Brian Denny, 2:30 kick on CBS. Stan, thank you so much. You've been great joining us all season long. You know how much we appreciate that. Look forward to seeing you over in Tuscaloosa tomorrow.
All right, hey, more important question. What was the favorite side dish yesterday? What did everybody have?
It's always sweet potato casserole for me. We don't get that enough year round. It's like a holiday treat. I love sweet potato casserole.
Yeah, I agree with Brown. Sweet potato casserole for me.
Yeah, I had some really good 3-cheese mashed potatoes.
Ooh,
wow!
Yeah.
There you go. Hey, now I'm going to third Dunaway and Brown. I love me some sweet potato casserole. Love it.
It's like,
but go ahead.
No, I was going to say it's something so great. Why do we only do it basically Thanksgiving and Christmas? Why do we not have sweet potato casserole all year?
Yeah, I agree, and I did some dressing. I always got to have some cornbread dressing. I did this in Andy Burcham's honor. I had some cranberry sauce, and I just don't like it.
Not a fan. I'm with you. Not a fan.
I'm just not. I mean, I tried it, and I like cranberry juice. Of course, I like cranberry juice mixed with a nice little adult beverage. But I do not like cranberry sauce for some reason. I ate it. It was really in honor of Andy, but it didn't mean I had to like it.
No, I'm with you, man. I'm not a fan.
Well, at the Dunaway household, we soak our cranberry sauce in vodka. And then we put it in the dressing.
Which explains a lot.
I'm kidding. We don't. We
Stan,
don't. We don't. Don't try it. Don't try it. Do not.
Stan, thank you, buddy. We'll see you tomorrow.
My pleasure, guys. Take care.
All right, buddy. Take care.
It'll literally start recooking your dressing at that point.
I know a lot of people could say the same thing I'm about to say. They would say, well, what about sweet potato casserole? But if all you cranberry sauce people love it so much, why do you only eat it on Thanksgiving?
Yeah.
But I do like it, but I only eat it on Thanksgiving.
It is supposed to be just a dab in my dressing.
I don't like it anywhere. My wife loves it.
Yeah.
Loves it.
All right. That is Stan White, who's with us. Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at Michelson. We're about to do 4 downs. Then we'll do a little trash on the table at Michelson. Look ahead, brought to you by our friends at Michelson Laser Vision.
Yeah, find out if LASIK is right for you. If you wear the eyeglasses or the contacts, you're wasting money each and every year. I'm speaking from experience. I went about a decade with the contacts. Finally made the phone call about 20 years ago to Dr. Mark Michelson, 969-8100. Went in, got the procedure done. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. I now have 20/15 vision, better than 20/20. Make the call I made, 969-8100. Ask for Amy. She will hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. You've got 0 to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson. For more information, MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Forrest over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room eating cranberries right now, he says.
Oh,
Deborah likes the cranberry juice as well. No mention of the adult beverage, and a lot of debate going on in the cranberry sauce once again in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. Time for 4 downs, but quickly a scoreboard update. Quinn Ewers, intentional grounding in the end zone. Texas has a 2-0 lead over Baylor. Tulane and Cincy scoreless, and they've each had a possession in the first quarter. And everybody's had a possession in Boise, too. Utah State and Boise State also scoreless on the blue turf there. So the biggest game going on now, Tulane and Cincy. Winner goes to the AAC championship game and stays as the favorite for the New Year 6 Bowl representative of the group of 5, scoreless. And Texas needs a win to keep their Big 12 championship hopes alive, and they're trailing Baylor 2-0. And with that Baylor defense, there's a chance that game could end up 2-0. So we'll see if anybody can scratch out any more runs in that contest. Let's do 4 downs. It's brought to you by Vulcan Tires. Hit it, LT.
5 great locations to serve you and your family. That new location in Pell City. Anything you need bumper to bumper if you're getting on the road this holiday season, make sure you get your car checked out. These guys are the best in the business. Brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
More total touchdowns today. Drake May and UNC against NC State, or would you take DTR against Cal?
I go DTR against Cal.
I'm going to go Drake May in a bounce-back game. I don't know. I mean, DTR laid it all on the line last week. Physically, running in. I just don't know what he's going to have left today. I'm going to go Drake May in that contest.
NC State, good defense, though.
Yeah, I'm still Drake May bounce-back game. And then I don't know if, I've seen nothing out there, but it would not surprise me if we get to the game and DTR is limited or not playing in this game.
Second down.
More total touchdowns tomorrow. Bryce Young or Caleb Williams?
I think I would go Bryce Young. Something tells me Marcus Freeman and that Notre Dame defense is going to be able to limit Caleb Williams. Did I pick USC on Jeff's call? I do those so quick I forget
You
who I
did,
picked.
yeah. I picked Notre Dame.
I think I like USC to win, but I'm just not sure they're going to go up and down the field the way they did against UCLA.
I like the way you're thinking, though. I'm going to go Bryce Young as well. I think Marcus Freeman and that Notre Dame defense gives us at least a first half of what we saw them do to Ohio State way back in week number 1. I think that guy's got a great defensive brain and will have a plan for Caleb Williams, who really is having to do so much of that himself.
Third down.
You have a thought on that?
I do look at what they were able to do against Ohio State, but I've seen Ohio State, that offense been thrown out of rhythm. The USC offense really hasn't been thrown out of rhythm. So I don't know. I think USC is way too fast for that Notre Dame defense, but at the same time, the number's 5.5 for a reason, and USC plays close games.
They do play close games.
Okay, more rushing yards tomorrow. Dwayne McBride or the combination of Tank and Jarquez?
Well, I think the coach of UAB told us that he knows that Dwayne McBride's closing in on a school record. I get the feeling that Brian Vincent also knows it's his last game as the head coach, and I think he wants to ride McBride into the record books. I'm going to say McBride.
I could see McBride doing like 250 against La Tech. I think La Tech's probably packed this thing in, and this is a meaningful game for UAB. I'll say McBride has more than those two combined.
Yeah, I feel really good about McBride over those two.
Me too.
Fourth down.
Bigger number. Sanford points in hoops today.
Who they play?
La Tech. Or Robbie Ashford passing yards tomorrow.
So I told you Robbie Ashford has been, I think it was 65, 70, and 121 in his 3 starts under Carnell Williams, since they've kind of go more run heavy.
Well, he'll need triple digits to beat Sanford.
Right? That total's 148.5 today. So Sanford, and they're a 5.5 point favorite. They're projected to have, 82, 83 points.
I think I'll go Sanford there.
I'm going to go Robbie Ashford passing yards. I just think there'll be one of those plays that Alabama miscommunicates or slippage, shrinkage. I don't know what happens.
Shrinkage.
But we end up Auburn receiver over the top. You get one big play for an Auburn touchdown that gets you over the number. One play gets you over the Auburn, the Sanford points is what I would say.
Be a fun stake to have, right?
It would be a fun stake. Maybe we'll talk about it here in a second. That is 4 downs, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
Yeah, Vulcan Tire and Automotive, 5 great locations. The 5th location just opened up in Pell City last week. Get in, get a look at the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. Locally owned and operated. Anything you need bumper to bumper for you and your family, they can handle. Again, 5 locations and online. VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Sammy, if you've heard this, but Baylor is about to run Texas out of their own stadium.
Wow, listen to Dunaway calling it already.
Touchdown pass. It's 8-0. Point after pending, and Texas is dazed and confused by Dave Aranda's bunch. Jeff Grimes with a great play call there on the play action and going over the top. Sark attack.
He's from the Lane School, man. Good offensive coordinators.
All right, when we come back, we'll do trash. Stay with us. The show being brought to you in part as well by our friends at Alabama Power. Alabama Power, Brownie, keeping you connected.
They are. Jimmy Dunaway. Get that online account, alabamapower.com/myaccount, and you can pay many, many easy ways. The digital wallet, Amazon Pay, Apple Pay, Google Pay, PayPal, and Venmo. All you need is that online account. alabamapower.com/myaccount. Get you started today.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. ERA King Real Estate is on the move. They've just opened a new state-of-the-art office in Homewood, as well as new offices in Vestavia and Huntsville. The real estate market has never been crazier than it is right now. That's why, with 52 years of experience, ERA King Real Estate is growing to serve you. To find out more, text the word MOVE to 35620. That's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
This is your home. You want a brighter future and a community that's united by action and commitment. And united starts with you. We are United Way. And for almost 100 years, we have served people from all walks of life. That's our united commitment. United starts with you. Give to United Way of Central Alabama.
It's time to start thinking about employee holiday gifts. Consider getting your hardworking guys a pair of Red Wing boots. Each day your employees are on the job site helping your company succeed, so reward them with comfort at its best. The Red Wing mobile shoe truck can visit your shop and fit your employees with a great selection of boots. Or Red Wing gift cards can be purchased at your local Red Wing store, available in all amounts. Whichever program you choose, your employees will appreciate the quality, service, and selection from Red Wing shoes, and they'll also be thankful they have such a great boss. Reward your employees this holiday season with Red Wing shoes.
Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available. Plus, the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386, or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com, or call them up 205-408-4FUN for Backyard Adventures.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations: Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State Map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies, get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
All right, trash right here every day is brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right. Hey, remember, Bud Light Game Night is every Thursday night, and it continues in December. This upcoming Thursday, we'll be at Soho Social in downtown Homewood. We'll be there 5 to 7 next Thursday night. So make plans to join us 6 days from now, next week, next Thursday night, Soho Social, right there in Homewood for Bud Light Game Night. Right now, let's do a little trash rock star. Hit it, man.
Hey, boys. So you got USFL football coming to town this weekend, huh? You excited about that?
Yeah.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
You know, the funny thing about that is Brown wouldn't have said anything. I wasn't going to say anything.
Well, there was a bit of a silence. She said, somebody's got to respond.
Well, I know. I get taxed with that. That's why sometimes I have to do the courtesy laugh, too. Otherwise, it's just awkward silence. Yeah, I'm used to that. I don't mind falling on that sword for the team.
Hey, surging interest rates may be weighing down your decision to buy a home, but Mortgage Right has a program that can lift the burden. If you're looking to save money on a new mortgage, temporary interest rate buy-down may be just what you need. Mortgage Right's temporary buy-down program, it lowers your initial interest rate during the early years of your mortgage, giving you a chance to save money in a more demanding housing market. With a variety of buy-down options and experts nationwide, Mortgage Right can help you purchase your home with the best possible interest rate. Rates are on the rise, so it's more than wise to consider a temporary interest rate buy-down. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to get started or call 205-815-9200.
That, my friend, is a perfect example of how Brown and I are treated differently on this show. What did you just say about falling on a sword and whatever?
If I have to fall on that sword for the team, so be it. I'm fine with that.
I forget what it was, but LT at some point said, "What do you want, a Purple Heart?" To me, he's falling on a sword.
That was a funny line,
and you don't
too.
jump on and say, "What do you want, a Purple
He was
Heart?"
ready to do the
It was a little
Mortgage Right.
different. You were in mass chaos at Neyland.
Yes.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
You were helping Alabama's team get off field.
What do you want, a Purple Heart?
I was responding to a Matt Wyatt line.
Yeah.
Much more difficult for me.
Brown, thank you for your service,
Hey,
Brown.
I mean, for the record, I got my line in. You didn't get Alabama's team off without incident.
Do you guys
I'll
have
point
a
that out.
certain a food item, if you don't have a particular sauce or condiment, it just is not the same?
Oh, yeah, absolutely, yeah.
All of them.
Yeah.
if I'm wanting a sandwich and I don't have mayonnaise, then or if I want a sandwich with cheese, yes.
You can
If I don't have the right jelly, yes. It's all off.
You can cook the best burger you want. I mean, the absolutely best, juiciest burger. I got to have a condiment on it. Barbecue sauce. But, I mean, I got to have that.
Well, a North Carolina
You
man.
got to have barbecue sauce. Without barbecue sauce,
condiment, barbecue sauce by choice.
You
But
know,
condiment.
the roommate does not eat condiments at all.
That is weird to
I
me.
know.
Yeah, I've never heard
Like,
anybody
like we
that.
go to ballpark, hot dog, just plain.
Really?
Burger, just cheese and
Never
burger.
dips chicken fingers in anything.
Well, so yeah, chicken fingers. She'll do barbecue sauce.
That's a condiment.
It.
Yep.
Yeah, but I'm
Well,
talking
but
about.
She makes a good choice.
Yeah, but only burgers, hot dogs. No.
When we were at the Aaron Settles book release the other night, did you notice what they're doing at Walk-Ons now? The stuffed hamburger with the 3 cheeses.
Aaron told me to get that. Yeah, I
Up
didn't,
north,
but
it's Juicy Lucy. Is that what it's
that's
called?
what it's called, yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, by the way, after Dunaway declared Baylor was about to run Texas out of the stadium, won Texas just 2.
I should have taken
I
Texas.
know you
right there.
should have. Drove right down for a touchdown.
North Carolina man allegedly pulled a gun on a Wendy's employee after not receiving a sauce with his order from the fast food
I love
restaurant.
barbecue sauce. I'm not going to gunplay
You
for it,
think
though.
that was just the end of a bad day or the beginning of a bad day?
I mean, this is kind of Michael Douglas and falling down. This is just built up, pin-up aggression. Officers with the Gastonia Police Department responded to reports of an altercation between a customer and employees. Employees said the man, 35 years old, was driving around the parking lot brandishing a gun, refusing to leave. Quote, officers spoke with an employee at Wendy's who told them the man was upset that he didn't get any sauce with his meal. The man began arguing with the employee, pulled out a handgun, and threatened to shoot the employee. The employee closed the drive-through window and immediately called 911.
Oh, yeah?
Shoot me now. I
Damn
said,
it. Oh,
shoot me now.
This is interesting. Grieving friends and families of deceased loved ones will now be able to tell the story of those who passed away with videos and pictures thanks to a Cork-based company which developed the idea of placing QR codes on gravestones.
All right, so we walk up and it's like Paul Revere. And
I
hit that,
kinda
and
like
it tells me
this.
the story of
But
Paul
see,
Revere.
would you rather have your loved ones decide what's on that, or you pre-decide, like, hey, I want this on there, I want this picture, I want this?
I think a
no.
combination.
Oh, I'm going to need to preload it.
Hey.
Yeah.
Dunaway, if you die first, though, will you put the app QR code on your headstone?
Just to fool everybody.
I got the DNR.
No,
code.
Automatically like and subscribe.
First 2 pictures from Dunaway, the hands on the hips, your NBC headshot, and then the other one when you're interviewing Saban.
Yeah.
And the
I'm sorry. I used to do the coaches show with the greatest coach of all time.
Thank you for
I'm
apologizing.
happy about those pictures.
I know, that's why and you used to work in TV.
Yeah.
That's why I'm saying those are your first 2 to go.
I wouldn't use my head on the hip photo from my NBC 13 days. There was a really iconic shot of me from down low.
Iconic.
Well, I do have a lot of hair.
Yeah.
But I am looking at the teleprompter, holding some scripts, and it's a down low shot, and there's, NBC, 13 logo up above me with some good lighting. That is my iconic TV photo.
Iconic.
So those would be my 2.
Anyway,
I'd work my kids in at some point.
The Story Of is a Cork-founded company that aims to work with families to create a fuller picture of their deceased relatives, as the limited space on gravestones puts restrictions on how much of a person's life story can be told on the piece of stone. compiling a series of photos and videos about the person's life. The company will create a web page that is complete with the person's life story that can be accessed via a QR code placed on the gravestone. I probably won't do this, though, because I don't think I'm going to waste any space with a gravestone.
Me either. I'm a dust in the wind.
Imagine, when's the last time you just you want to go to the graveyard and just look random QR codes about people we don't know?
Oh, I didn't like her.
Okay, so I used to get drugged when I used to have to go to Verbena to see my great Aunt Frances, who made that Kool-Aid.
Me too.
With the Splenda or whatever. Yeah, she put the aluminum foil on the top, and it tasted like rat poison. She would make me go every single weekend to the cemetery, and we'd walk the cemetery.
Yep. Hated that. We used to have to go and repaint the rocks and pull weeds and mow grass and change the flowers.
That's another reason I don't want to be buried. I don't want my family to have to do that.
That's right. We wasted so many sunny days.
That's right.
I said, that's when I decided, man,
I'd rather
when I
be on
grow
the golf
up, I'm
course.
not dying. And if I die, I'm getting cremated.
When I grow up, I'm not dying. But if I do die.
Yeah, that thing about that dude at Vanderbilt has to go, he polishes Chucky Mullen's grave a couple times a year.
I think that was done for TV.
You don't think he really does?
Nope.
You think it's one of those, he's like, man, I'm not getting off the couch today. I thought about it. Seemed like a good idea.
Yeah, but we've already shot that.
Oh, the bandy guy who goes and lays there and cries.
Yeah, like the Windex.
I hate to be the skeptical one and the hard-hearted one here, Reichstar, but that was played up for SEC Network, if you ask me.
Wow. Yeah, I didn't think you'd go there.
Well, I'm just telling you. I've seen it before.
We've had that discussion.
Okay, a TSA officer recently discovered...
Wait, how's Baylor already punting again?
Well, I don't know, but that's the worst punt I've ever seen.
Oh, my God.
This guy almost missed the ball.
They are off the rails.
Yeah, you absolutely blew them up.
God, you really have.
I didn't even think, did we not even go to commercial? It was like Texas touchdown and Baylor 3 and out, and now he shanked one for 17 yards?
He might have kicked that thing straight sideways out of bounds.
Hey, tell me this real quick, and I know this is not great TV radio. This is not a personal foul on Boise, is it?
Oh, yeah. 100%.
Well, he's defenseless because he's in the air coming down. I think they're going to call.
I think that poor guy just shit his pants.
I think it's I think they're looking at targeting.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, they called 15 on the.
Yeah. He's defenseless because he's coming down.
A fake punt too. My gosh.
Yeah.
And see, he leads with that helmet.
Yeah, leads with the crown. I don't know.
Shoulder.
We'll see.
Well, they're not going to overturn it, are they?
I couldn't tell you, Lance.
Okay, so a TSA officer recently discovered a live cat while scanning bags at the JFK airport in New York City.
She wrapped her cat.
Now, the officer found an orange cat inside of a checked bag as it went through the X-ray machine. This is where TSA, they decided to have fun with it. They posted, "We're letting the cat out of the bag on a historic HISS find." They also went on to say, "This catch, spelled with a capital CAT, had our baggage screening officers at JFK saying, 'Come on, meow.'"
Oh, jeez.
Feline, like you have travel questions, reach out to our friends at Ask TSA.
Oh.
Now, they said on the bright side, cat's out of the bag, and if it would have it wouldn't have survived the flight inside of the suitcase.
Right, because it could have been A, smushed, B, the altitude and cold air, right?
Damn, it doesn't look comfortable.
It does not, I agree.
Just to put it in and to scan it going, she'll be all right. Like, I'm just going to I think the story was the cat always sneaks into bags when I'm packing, and it must have snuck in there when I was packing. That's the story.
Yeah.
By the way, neither would your luggage survive. It would smell like cat piss by the time you got there, right?
One of the top 5 worst smells ever.
Yeah,
and
I
that's
agree.
one of the worst packers I've ever seen. I mean, how out of whack is that thing?
What else is in there? Not much.
I mean, it looks like a sippy cup, a flip-flop. The bottom left pink thing's a flip-flop.
A flip-flop.
Looks like a bunch of water bottles.
Did you get all your flip-flops? Nah, I just got one, but I got the cat.
I don't think it's a true story.
I'm kind of with Dunaway here. I hate to be skeptical twice in a row.
You think the SEC Network did this one?
I don't want to be skeptical of the TSA.
It was played up for the SEC Network.
Yeah.
Okay, these are some things you should never say in a relationship, according to Tracy Cox. Words are powerful. There are a lot of things that once out of our mouths cannot be unsaid.
That's true.
And no amount of backtracking, justifying, or explaining is going to alter the fact your relationship has been changed forever because of it. I don't think some of these are that bad. Calm down is one.
Hey, calm down.
People, I'm calm.
Calm down.
Stop saying that.
Yeah.
Yeah. 100%.
Another one, this one can't be unsaid. You have really turned into your mother/father.
Ooh.
I dropped that on Maggie the other day.
No, you did not.
You are your daddy's daughter, and it did not sit well.
I was going to say, if you dropped it about Jane, that'd be good, because remember, Jane had the best ass in the house for a while.
Yeah, no, she did something, and I was like, you are your daddy's daughter.
If you think LT's going to drop that slip up, you're crazy.
By the way, 3 plays, Texas leads 14.
I've never seen you blow a team up so quick as you did Baylor.
Not forget game time. 9 minutes of real time. 9 minutes of real time.
Yeah.
Things you should never say in a relationship. You made me do it.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's kind of passing the blame there, isn't it, Lance? Yeah.
Barstool had a nice little thing going yesterday of things that you can say on Thanksgiving and also in the bedroom. You want one? That was incredible. Now I need a nap.
Okay.
Thanksgiving because of the food.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yep. Not going to do that one.
Who's up for some stuffing?
That was a lot of stuffing jokes. Sorry.
I'm full. Do I have to eat the pie?
Well, after those two, I can go ahead and do this one now. Honey, don't talk with your mouth full. I can do that one now. I waited all day, and I waited all day for this, and now it's over so quick. Is one, and then the other one is I think I'll have seconds.
Okay, back to things you're not supposed to say to people in relationships. Why can't you be more like blank?
Becky, I mean, the way she dresses, she's so sweet.
Yeah, why don't you get more like her?
Soft lips. I've heard.
Next one, I knew this was a big mistake.
What, marriage?
Oh, anything.
Yeah, you should say that to your wife.
Next one, you're wrong to be upset or annoyed.
Yeah, I don't know why you got so pissed about that.
These final two.
I just slapped her butt.
Final two probably put you in trouble. You don't love me as much as you did at the start.
Ooh.
And then finally, you're fat.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's just like a walk out the door thing.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
And finally, splashback from the urinal is a problem that plagues many men. But it could soon be a thing of the past thanks to the work of some engineers. A team from the University of Waterloo has designed a splash-free urinal that promises zero urine splashback regardless of where the user aims.
I'm not sure I got good enough aim for the middle one.
I'll go ahead and tell you
that one's tough.
I'm an American Standard guy.
Yeah.
But number 4, hats off, sir. Very impressive.
No,
you go anywhere.
4 and 5. No, 3, 4, and 5 are tough aims.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I could get it in 4.
Hello.
Yeah.
3.
Hello.
3's a toughie, and 5, I just don't know what I'm doing.
I'll go ahead and tell you, 5's a distraction for me. It's reminding me of something else.
It's like
number 5 is like.
I know. 4 looks like, man, I got a high pitch stream. Do you got something to satisfy me?
Yeah.
I got an arch.
But number 5, it's like an instruction to take tab A and insert in tab B. I mean, what are we doing?
Honestly, 3 and 5, though, it's impossible to have any backsplash.
I would agree,
that's
but
the point.
I think on 3, I might hit the outside of it and get all over my britches.
And who mailed in number 2? That's the one we got right
Yeah,
now.
1 and 2, really.
He
I've
was
seen
late
before.
for the assignment. I got an idea.
Yeah, I'm going to go American Standard.
By the way, that's a tight fit if you've got 5 dudes at that wall.
No, ain't no doubt.
Yeah. It is. A little too close. Yep. That is Trash Today brought to you by
our friends at Mortgage Right. If you're in the house buying market, home values are on the rise, but so are sky-high rent prices. Stop wasting money on rent. Start investing in a lifelong asset. Take control today by talking with our friends at Mortgage Right about your home ownership goals. Mortgage Right has the options, speed, and ease you're looking for when purchasing a home. Their mortgage experts are just a phone call away. They're always willing to answer your questions and guide you through the home buying process. Make the most of the current housing market by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. Become a homeowner today. 205-815-9200, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
The Vulcan Tire Automotive chat room Spuff says, Jim, you got to leave the bathroom and leave number 5 alone.
I really had to go. Sadly, Jim suffers from 100 orgasms a day.
We're back in a moment. All right, here the show. It's got a lot of sponsors. We'll tell you about more of them after this.
All the stories important to us are in one place. Catch the morning rounds each weekday at nextroundlive.com.
The Alabama Head Injury Foundation strives to improve the quality of life for survivors of traumatic brain injury and for their families. Whether the injury is mild or severe, the life of the injured person and their family is changed forever. The impact can be both emotionally and financially devastating. AHIF provides the information to help clients and families understand the results of injury. AHIF helps access available resources and provides services and programs which meet the unique needs of individuals with traumatic brain injury as well as spinal cord injury in certain programs. Find out how you can help at ahif.org.
Football season is back and so are tailgates. It's time to win that tailgate with Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his winning team will open up the doors so you can dine in or an easy-to-go pickup when you order at champy'schicken.com. At Champy's, you experience southern staples like chicken on a stick and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales that are to die for. Hand-cut chicken tenders and a whole lot more right on your way home or to the big game. Highway 119 in Alabaster. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. You're not average, and the New Balance Birmingham store has the shoes and apparel to perfectly match your unaverage self. If we were all shaped the same and had the same level of fitness, and if we all walked and ran exactly alike, well, then I guess an average shoe store selling average shoes would be just fine. But you deserve better. At the New Balance Birmingham store, our specialists will match you with a custom pair of New Balance shoes that fit you perfectly. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store. Your feet will thank you.
After years searching for a classic jacket that was functional in the field and the city, Tom Beckby couldn't find one he liked, so he decided to make his own. Since designing that first jacket in 2015, Tom Beckby has continued to draw inspiration from natural settings to produce classic outdoor equipment with time-tested rugged materials. Visit the brand new Tom Beckby store in Mountain Brook Village, a local business with the goal of outfitting you for the outdoors here in Alabama and wherever the road takes you. Mountain Brook Village or online, TomBeckby.com. That's Tom, BECKBE.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
It's time to start thinking about employee holiday gifts. Consider getting your hardworking guys a pair of Red Wing boots. Each day your employees are on the job site helping your company succeed, so reward them with comfort at its best. The Red Wing mobile shoe truck can visit your shop and fit your employees with a great selection of boots. Or Red Wing gift cards can be purchased at your local Red Wing store, available in all amounts. Whichever program you choose, your employees will appreciate the quality, service, and selection from Red Wing shoes, and they'll also be thankful they have such a great boss. Reward your employees this holiday season with Red Wing shoes.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale. VulcanTireandAuto.com.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
This hour of the show brought to you by our friends at Champy's Chicken. Champy'sChicken.com, open for lunch right now on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his crew, thankful for you guys, and will help you enjoy this holiday season with any parties at work, meetings at work, or anything like that. Always remember Champy'sChicken.com. And our friends at Backyard Adventure, as you're getting ready for this holiday season, looking for that perfect gift for your kids? Can't put it under the tree, but you put it in your backyard. 3D designer designed that perfect playground for your kids. It's our friends at Backyard Adventures, backyardalabama.com, backyardalabama.com. 100% cedar, lifetime warranties. They set it up, they move it around, they take it down. They do landscaping maintenance programs and anything. Alley-oop, trampolines, goal setter, basketball goals, and a lot more. Backyardalabama.com. Texas leads Baylor now 14-9. Second quarter, just starting second quarter there. Tulane and Cincinnati traded field goals, 3-3, just starting the second quarter there now. And we're about to start second quarter. Boise and Utah State still scoreless?
Still scoreless. Boise State's got a first and goal.
And LT will send out his lock a little bit later on at the Lance Taylor Free Play Today, and it's brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill.
Yeah, again, since 1954, the name Birmingham has trusted for all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. Call Adam, Chad, Andrew, the team at Hemp Hill, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
And currently in the World Cup, Ecuador and Netherlands are tied 1 apiece with 6 minutes of extra time starting.
That'd be a big upset, right? Ecuador.
Netherlands is supposed to be pretty good.
Yeah. Man, this seems like a very turbulent, just the kind the U.S. might actually win.
Who would think Qatar would be a difficult and
almost like it's fixed.
Dramatic, yeah.
There you go. You have that going on at the World Cup. 1 o'clock, you have the England and America. England and the USA playing each other 1 o'clock on Fox tonight. Alabama basketball after their big win over Michigan State. They go at 8:30 tonight against UConn out in Portland. That game's on ESPN. Alabama soccer, by the way, first time ever this deep into the NCAA tournament. They do a quarterfinals game, Elite Eight game tonight. 6 o'clock over in Tuscaloosa, Alabama and Duke, 1 versus 2 right there. Time for Rockstar's viewing menu. It's brought to you by our friends at New Life Art, LT.
Yeah, New Life Art, their game week special. Here it is. Free Iron Bowl Gold open edition book with any $20 purchase. Really simple. All you got to do is... No code needed. I'm sorry about this. I keep getting these pop-ups, and I'm going to X them out. Iron Bowl Gold relives the 41 years of the traditional Iron Bowl at Birmingham's historic Legion Field. Each game depicted with original watercolor painting by sports artist Daniel A. Moore, documented through articles from the Birmingham News and described by commentary from legendary sportscaster Keith Jackson. No code needed. Free gift will automatically appear in the shopping cart when $20 has been added. That's from our friends at New Life Art.
With one of the pop-ups, Hot Singles New Year.
Yes, Rockstar.
Tina really wants to talk to you. Tonight on Hulu, a new show. I don't know if it's a show or a movie. I should have researched it. It's called The Immaculate Room. Secrets and private demons emerge when a seemingly perfect young couple compete for a $5 million prize by isolating themselves in an empty white room for 50 days. No phones, no family, only the room trying to break their resolve. It stars Emil Hirsch from Into the Wild.
Yep.
And then on Stars at 9:30, Black Friday, which is today.
That is correct.
The daily shift begins like any other for a cohort of employees in a local toy store. However, their intertwined fates take an inexplicable and unusual turn after the shoppers entering the store seem possessed by unsettling plague, with the customers descending in mass. Starring Bruce Campbell.
Yeah, from Living Dead, Army of Darkness.
Army of Darkness and Evil Dead, and also, what was it, Adventures of Briscoe County Jr. or something like that.
How long could you guys make it in a white room like that?
And I think they're together. I think they're together.
Yeah. Do I have number 5, the urinal, with me?
Like, honestly, I don't know if I could make it a day.
Yeah, I really couldn't.
No, it would not be fun. Why would you want to?
Would you give it an attempt for $5 million?
Yeah, for $5 million, I can make it
for
a
how
day.
long?
I guarantee you I could do a day
50
for 5
days.
No, not 50. No, you'd be crazy.
I think it's you and your spouse. No phones, no nothing. I think they just start arguing with each other because you get so upset.
She's with me?
Yeah.
Well, you can't take showers and stuff like that.
So you don't get a shower?
Well, I don't know. I didn't write the room, but I'm saying that you are together that whole time, so you're going to argue.
If you give me a comfortable couch, bed, shower.
Call it your house.
TV.
Yeah.
Some good
to a
Car.
food.
Yeah.
Wi-Fi.
And, yes.
And the locks hit.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll be in.
Yes.
I'll think about it.
Great sports on TV. Yes. Streaming services? Yes, I could do it. Yes, I could do it. All right, that's what Rockstar's watching. Tyler Watts on the Iron Bowl when we come back. Rockstar's Playhouse, Monday's headlines, and our Pick 3, all in the final hour of the show coming up. Brought to you in part today by our friends right there, Dr. B, making LT's hair look fantastic. You see the video all the time. Got that light. I mean, some of this stuff is so I mean, you don't even have. You can watch TV while you could be in that white room and do it.
Yeah, I basically have a laser cap treatment on, and I sit on the couch. I do it for 30 minutes 3 times a week. That's it. It's non-invasive. It's that simple. So when I went in 6 weeks ago for my second analysis, 14% thicker the hairs are already. Still early in the treatment, just started the second phase, already have significant growth. Dr. Beckenstein, the best in the business. Dr. B pioneered that use of NeoGraft hair restoration in Alabama, remains at the forefront of hair preservation in the Southeast. T3hair.net, that's T3hair.net for more information. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. B for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience, his advanced training in genetic testing to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. Call Dr. Beckenstein today, 205-319-0316 or T3hair.net.
Follow Sean Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
The only place to get the best gear for game day is the Pants Store. 5 great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. You can also order at pantsstore.com and follow the Pants Store on social media. Game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, and game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile. And guys, trust me, this is where your daughters and wife want to shop because of all the in-style fashions made especially for them. It's the Pants Store, Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and coming soon to Hoover and Auburn.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live daily show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. The NFL playoffs are just around the corner and every game matters. Join us on the Next Round and Pepsi every Thursday as we preview the upcoming big games in the NFL weekend. Pepsi and the NFL, a perfect match for your weekend.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short-notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Baylor has answered with a field goal. Texas 14-12, still in the second quarter there. Boise State has scored 7-0 on Utah State. Later today, you get NC State, North Carolina, 2:30 on ABC. And then tonight on ABC, you get Florida State hosting the Gators of Florida. 5 Gator wide receivers out in that game, including their top 2 receivers. Arkansas, Missouri's another SEC showdown, 2:30 this afternoon. Last night, Mississippi State beat Ole Miss 24-22. Lane Kiffin, decision still pending. We will play for you later on everything he said about the Auburn job and his Ole Miss contract. We did that in the first hour of the show. You can go back and watch that anytime or listen to it podcasted right here. Those headlines brought to you today by our friends at Odie's. Odie's, a great place to enjoy Friday and Saturday football as well.
Yeah, and live music. Great time to just get by there at the holidays. We were there Wednesday night for Team Trivia. We do that every single Wednesday night. And then Rockstar stayed and performed. You said it was a great night, right?
It was. That was a really, really big crowd. I mean,
oh, wow.
Big crowd.
It might have been the biggest crowd in Odie's history.
How
in
about
Odie's
that?
history.
Yeah.
I don't know that for a fact.
I think I'd go and claim it then. Nobody's keeping up with it.
Very, very crowded. But if you're looking for a place to watch games all weekend, you can enjoy the great food from Rodney Davis Burgers, award-winning wings, delicious sandwiches, including my personal favorite, the Diablo sandwich. Get in, see Will Haver, that great staff at Odie's Tavern in Crestline Village, a Birmingham institution.
All right, Tyler Watts is with us in studio, and he joins us each week in studio to talk football, presented by his agency, the Tyler Watts Agency.
Good morning, fellas.
How are you, Tyler?
I'm doing pretty good.
Hey, a tight end just caught a ball for Texas, and it reminds me of Jaleel Billingsley, who was at Alabama.
But it wasn't Jamil.
No, he's off the team.
Yeah, but it wasn't Jaleel Billingsley at Texas. He's off the team as of that news broke yesterday. Did you think he was a talented player at Alabama and just couldn't do things the right way?
I don't know what the reasoning was, but you put anybody next to Devontae Smith, and they're going to look pretty good because he's drawn so much attention. But, yeah, I think all of us were expecting that out of him, and then he was a no-show last season in Tuscaloosa.
He was. But, I go back to his freshman year, Tyler, they were letting him return kicks.
Yeah, I've never seen a tight end ever.
Tight end returning kicks just blew me away.
He was a talent.
And I could tell you, when he caught the kick, all he saw was green. He brought every one of them out of the
But aren't
end zone.
all of them talent? I mean, they're all pretty doggone good.
Yeah, but I think Billingsley, when he was playing, looked like he had some O.J. Howard in him, some Irv Smith in him. What are you banging your head on?
O.J. Howard. We always go back to O.J.
O.J.
This
Howard's
is the breakout year for
O.J. Howard's a really good tight end.
He was. They never would throw it to him.
I know.
They did Clemson.
Never could. In the championship game, they found a way to get him the ball, didn't they?
They did, yeah.
Who is the best wide receiver / tight end you've ever played with?
Well, we use tight ends for blocking.
It is a different game.
Yeah, and Terry Jones Jr. was a 4-year starter. He started as a true freshman.
And he played a little bit in the NFL.
Oh yeah. He was good. He was really good. Tore his knee up though, unfortunately, down in Tuscaloosa, but bounced back. And he was that guy that was, tight end back then though. If he got 6-7 catches a year, that's pretty good, right?
Yeah, you couldn't recruit a guy to that right now, could you?
His dad was.
There was no hybrid though.
Yeah,
you were you had to block.
Yeah,
you didn't block, you didn't get on the field.
Yeah,
his dad was strength and conditioning, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
Had some great Green Bay stories. A lot of other great stories. Terry Jones,
one of the nicest men, but he looked like one of the more intimidating people in the world.
Yes, but he wasn't. As long as you did what you were supposed to,
right.
he was great to you. But if you tried to cut corners or steal honey buns, as he called it, then he'd make you do some stupid. And what's funny is listening to guys from like the 90s all the way to today, we all got the same stories of Coach Jones down in Tuscaloosa. He's been there that long, and he's kind of a staple of the program.
Tell us about the Tyler Watts Insurance Agency before we get cranking.
All right, Tyler Watts Insurance. Give us a call, 205-664-4444, helping you with all your commercial as well as personal insurance needs. It's a great time of the year as you go out and keep on shopping. Give us a call. Take a look at your insurance, see if we can help you out in multitude of ways.
Multitude of ways.
That's my word of the day.
Yeah, I like that.
Different ways, yeah.
If you're Auburn, the odds of you being able to keep the game plan you've had against Western Kentucky, Texas A&M, and Mississippi State, where you just run, very little passing, and win this game, they're pretty low. I mean, you would have to have some turnovers.
You'll need
which
help.
Alabama has done, by the way.
You'll need your help, but you still have to. That's who they are. That's their only path to success, though, is that scenario. And I kind of go back to. I kind of gone back and forth on this game off and on, but I think that Auburn will come out. They're going to play hard. Everybody knows that. Their success seems to be early in the first quarter offensively, right? We would agree to that. And then defenses kind of settle down, and they're able to figure out how to stop that running attack, and they're not proficient enough passing the ball to be able to get behind the chains or get behind in the score. Kind of a lot like Ole Miss. Once you force them to throw the ball, they're not the same football team.
That's right. I saw that last night.
Yeah, so I've kind of gone back and forth on this, but I also know that Auburn, not under Cadillac, but boy, have they struggled offensively in the first half. And here this season, especially on the road, they really have not done anything versus Ole Miss nor Mississippi State in the first half.
So going back to your experience in the Iron Bowl, do you have like a weird thing that is stuck with you from
I have
years?
the most unique record in the Iron Bowl, I would say. I am 1-1 versus Auburn.
1/2.
I didn't play a full game. The one we won, I only played a half, but we won, and then I lost a game.
You did,
okay.
Yeah, but I mean, well,
in '99, I didn't play in the first
yeah.
half. I came in and played in the second half.
And that was the first win ever at Jordan Hare?
It was.
That was in '89,
yeah, that was
dude.
89.
The first win.
No, the first win ever.
Oh,
Yes. But now, so you're not taking.
Whoa. We're not. It's all right.
No, you're the one that's jumping down me. I'm trying to give you credit as the first.
I tried to lock
ever.
up to him like a ninth grade wrestler. My son's wrestling now, so I know some wrestling, or as my dad says, wrestling moves.
Yeah.
And so I tried to lock up with him. He wouldn't let me.
Everybody settle down.
Trying to give you a compliment.
Quit arguing, girls. You're both pretty.
First win ever at Jordan Hare.
Yeah.
It was
on
our
your
first
resume,
win.
right?
That is on my resume.
So
yes.
you're taking no credit for 2001. You were injured.
I had tore ACL.
Yeah, but Franchione ran you out there in pregame to try to bait Auburn in, right?
Oh, you know what? I'm sorry. You're correct. In 2000, I had a tore ACL. In 2001, I had a tore groin. Wasn't a whole lot of running. There was a lot of walking going on.
Yeah, but you went through pregame
I did go
knowing
through
you were
pregame.
not going to play.
Correct.
Yeah.
Well, I think if I'd had to play, we'd have found a way to do something.
But Zal was really good that day.
Oh, man, he was. And this is what I love about Andrew Zal, right? So we go back and forth, and he didn't play any that year. Maybe a little bit here, maybe a little bit there. But he didn't transfer. He didn't quit. He didn't give up. He wasn't a distraction in the locker room. And then when I got hurt versus Mississippi State, he came in. We won that. He won that game for us. And then we go into Auburn. And I remember Coach Fran coming up to me the night before. We're going through a buffet. He goes, "Oh, tell me what you think about tomorrow." I go, "Don't coach him like you do me. Don't crawl him. Encourage him." I go, "He's about to have the game of his life."
Really?
And Andrew was such a class act. And he goes out there and just goes off in that game.
That's a cool story. I've never heard that story. So Fran would crawl you pretty bad, and you just told him, "Hey,
Fran was tough."
Yeah.
Fran was tough. But I was such a pleaser that you could scream and yell at me all you want. All I wanted to do was make you happy.
Right.
Not everybody's like that.
Yeah.
Dunaway is.
Oh, he'll go into a hole, into a shell.
No, that's not.
He doesn't like me.
I'll run through that wall for you.
Me.
I'll run through that wall for you, man.
I mean, you knew Coach Fran pretty well. I mean, he could be tough and challenging.
He could. He was hard to read at
But
times,
he expected you to know your stuff, and if you could defend what you were seeing or what you were doing, then he would back off.
But it was not. You may remember the point spread. That was a significant upset. That game that Tyler's
I remember
about.
Auburn was favored in that
They
game.
were, and if you'll also remember, Cadillac gets hurt on the first drive.
That's
as they're going down. I think he separates his shoulder or
Yeah,
breaks the collarbone.
if I remember, he went one way, the play was cut off, so he comes back across and has a decent gain, and then I think hurts himself on the tackle.
What was that final?
31-7,
something like that.
Yeah, it was
a
pretty.
beatdown.
It was pretty lopsided.
Yeah,
it's pretty lopsided.
Yeah, their defense was prepared for Tyler's game, and they were not at all prepared for Zal's. I mean, y'all sold the heck out of that.
You're welcome. Do I get a half a win for that?
That's what I thought.
So I'm 1-1.
That's what I thought you meant was the half. I thought you were taking half credit for that
I was
one.
just taking half credit for the game in 99.
For 99? Okay.
For handing the ball off to Sean 1,500 times.
That was a smart move, by the way. He was good that night.
Ask Jay Coker how good that national championship feels handing it off to Derrick Henry.
What was that week like, though? Being Alabama's quarterback, I mean, did you get like a ton of text and calls saying, hey, man, we got to get this done this week?
We didn't back then.
No texting then.
I didn't get my first cell phone until I was a junior, and it was a flip phone. It was a Nextel, so it was the two-way beep, 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 beep. Remember, and if you both hit it at the same time, you were in trouble. You're sitting there waiting forever. No, I mean, look, I think it was different back then, and obviously it is now. I never did any of this garbage on the road, or nobody was ever calling me. But
You'd have to do
the
this. You'd be
season...
like,
It's funny how a college football season for players, at least this was my experience, it's slow, it drags on through 2-a-days, obviously, and then as September and October it starts. But once you get to November, man, it's like warp speed of everything happening so fast. And I think it's just because you're in such a groove and such a rhythm and regiment of doing XYZ on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. The Iron Bowl always flew by. The preparation did for us.
Was Thanksgiving a distraction, though? I know you guys didn't always play it on Thanksgiving week, but I think there were times that you did.
No, not really. Not really. And I want to say we used to play the Iron Bowl before Thanksgiving.
I know that 2001 one was the week before Thanksgiving.
The conference moved it so everybody played the week before the SEC championship. Initially, when they expanded, Alabama and Auburn agreed, let's take the bye week before the SEC championship game.
Okay.
So I don't know if you ever played on Thanksgiving.
I don't think we did because I always went to my grandmother's on Thanksgiving.
Tyler Watts is with us at Watts Agency. If you want that down-home just charm that Tyler has to help you through those unbelievable crisis moments in your life when you need an insurance agent, Tyler Watts can make it happen to Watts Agency.
This is how you had so many girlfriends back in the day. I mean, you were just laying it on.
And I'm only good for 3 dates. I'm only good for 3 dates.
One-story Thompson High School. They're on 119. That is awesome. Yeah, give us a call. Check us out on the website, TylerWattsInsurance.com, 205-664-4444.
El Tigre says, I lost my brother the night of the 2001 Iron Bowl. It was 31-7, he says.
Yikes.
Is he a Tiger fan, too? I mean, El Tigre?
Yeah.
Yeah,
31-7. I do remember that, yeah.
So they'll try to play it up right like 2002 this year. I mean, they're going in, not necessarily wounded ducks, but they know that their path to victory is running the football and trying to keep this thing close. And, I think Alabama, though, has shown something the last couple of weeks. Haven't been able to score a lot of points, but how much of that is just tapping the brakes, realizing we have this thing under control?
I agree with that. Let me ask you this from an Auburn perspective. If you're Will Friend, and Stan brought this up, Stan was on with us an hour ago, and he brought this up, that there will be times where you just got to run it into a brick wall and keep running it. Because that's who you are, as we've talked about. Not abandoning the run, do you think it's tougher on a guy that doesn't have experience calling plays, or is he too young and naive to even realize he's abandoning the run?
Look, he's been around, and
he's coached a long time.
Will Friend was a GA when I was down there, okay? And let me tell you something about him. We'd be playing in a game early in the season, and as soon as we would go into the locker room, he was the first one immediately to that whiteboard drawing up what the defense was doing to the O-lineman and everything. And then the coaching staff would come in and say 2 or 3 things, but it was not near as in-depth as what he was getting to even then. He knows the game, and he's had experience. He was the OC at Colorado State, wasn't he?
Was he?
Yeah, I know he was at Georgia, right, at one point, too, right?
Yeah, but not the OC, I don't think. Let me double-check on Colorado State.
I thought he was there with Bobo as the OC.
He was there. He was there.
I don't think he's ever had experience calling plays.
Well, he has the last couple of weeks. He's done a pretty good job. He understands when you understand what you can do and what you can't do, I think it makes it better because then you can kind of get creative with the misdirections and trying to change what the guy's looking at and everything. So
and that's really where this game is, right? Is Auburn's misdirection running the ball?
It's got to be.
Trying to get Alabama being over-aggressive, trying to make big plays.
And finding a way to utilize Ashford, right? Because although he might struggle in the passing game, I mean, just a pure drop-back quarterback, he is still a good, talented athlete. He's fast, he's quick, and when he gets in space, he can make some problems. Yeah. And Alabama's not going to abandon the 2-safety look just for this game. I mean, I know y'all talked about it earlier in the week. We'll just come up, play zero, make them throw it 100 times to beat you. Well, they're not going to do that.
Why not? Because it's who they are.
It's just not who they are.
Yeah.
You try to stop the run with 6 guys, and then if you can't, you bring a 7th one and an 8th.
You have a feeling tomorrow is Bryce's last game?
Ooh, last game.
You mean like shutting it down?
Yeah, that's how I'm taking that question. Is not playing in a bowl game. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, where is he draft-wise? Maybe it depends on what kind of game he has. Does he have anything left to prove?
I haven't seen him fall below 15.
15 now.
And surely
I've
one
seen
game
15.
surely one game does not jump you up multiple spots, does it?
No, you wouldn't
I mean, it's kind of
think.
like this thing with Lane Kiffin right now. The last 2 weeks, you know who he is. You either want him or you don't want him, not based on what he did last
Well,
night.
it's Will Levis too. He still remains in the top 10, and he has done absolutely
Golly,
nothing.
That's a head scratcher.
It
right
makes
there.
no sense. I would assume Bryce, once he gets to combines, workouts, interviews, all that kind of stuff, and he'll be great in his interviews. Probably be great in his workouts.
I would agree. No, I think he might play.
In the bowl
in a
game.
bowl
coming
game.
up. Senior day, is it emotional when you're playing your last home game?
It always feels weird.
It does feel weird.
Especially when it's the Iron Bowl. It doesn't feel as weird
I
when
agree.
it's Georgia Southern or something.
Yeah, you almost feel like they should do senior day on that tweener game because it just feels weird. And Alabama didn't always. I mean, did you guys stand out there?
No, we never got a rose.
Yeah, I mean, I think Saban, that seems like it's only the Saban era where they've done that.
Of course, my coach might have already had them shipped to College Station, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, my bad.
You'll need to swing by College Station.
My bad.
Hey, did you ever talk to him again after he left?
Yeah, I talked to him not too long ago.
Okay.
How
How's
long
he
ago?
A couple months ago, this past summer.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he had gotten sick. I think we talked about this before.
I don't think we
had
have.
a chance to talk to him for 20, 30 minutes.
Yeah.
How's he doing?
Well, he's sick, but sounded better than he had, from what I understand. I think he had gotten really sick there for a while. But no, getting back to your
on
point,
senior
I'm
day,
sorry.
No.
This is what I always find funny about it, too, is outside noise, distractions. How is this not a distraction? But then again, it's what he does every year, so he doesn't deem it as a distraction.
I know it's just weird because there's Saban out there. I mean, I think people envision the 20 minutes between the time you run off the field before you run back on the field is like this huge rah-rah, go win one for the Gipper type thing.
Right.
And I don't think it's that way.
Or like fifth grade football when you're like, oh, my God, we didn't go over all these things. And we got to cram it. No, you've got your plan. You know who you are. You know what you're wanting to do. And it is very regimented. I mean, to the second, it is regimented, especially with this guy. I mean, he expects the pregame interview with Chris Stewart to be at this time, not a minute later, not a minute before.
Yeah. And this year, he has at times – pregame come out, got his picture taken with the 1992 national champions, gone back in. He's come out, had his picture taken with the 2009 national champions or the 12s, whoever else was there, and gone back in. So he's done some of this stuff a couple of times already this year.
Yeah. But, like, do they come in and is it like in high school where they're captains? We need the captains. Let's go.
Yeah.
Do they do
No,
that?
yeah, they do.
Do
yeah.
they really?
Yeah, the refs do. They sure do.
Yeah, that's when you know it's go time, right? Oh, if they're calling the captains out, let's go.
Hey, I think we even talked about this, too. You also have like a ball check before the games where they have to come in and fill the balls and everything. So
my favorite part of the game.
Rockstar.
Rockstar applied for that job.
Three or four times a game.
And the SEC's like, it's not what you think. Stop sending us your resume.
Oh, boy.
So anyway.
But that goes on, and then immediately afterwards, it's funny because every quarterback goes in there and goes, all right, take a little bit out of this one, take a little bit out of that.
After they've checked them?
Oh, heck yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you start taking air back out of them.
And Tom Brady's the only one that gets busted.
And
for
he's
that.
the only one that gets caught. You know what?
Yeah.
He's kind of gotten on some bad things here recently with the football and not the Bitcoin, but the whatever.
Oh, yeah, well, he was invested in, or at least.
And he lost a supermodel on top of that.
Yeah, he's lost a little bit.
I think he's going to land on his feet, though.
Probably will.
He's going to be okay.
He's probably
all right.
will.
Iron Bowl coming up. You think the game's like in the 20s? You think they're in 30s, 40s? What's Alabama's total points?
So everybody at my family over Thanksgiving, you try to predict the score, and you got, obviously we all missed it big time last year. But everyone struggles with this one. They just do. I mean, we can't get over the fact that Auburn's not playing at home. Therefore, they're worth 30 points down there. But in Tuscaloosa, where everyone is struggling with this game, I had picked 27-10. I don't know if that's anywhere near. I think Auburn will find a way to put some points on the board, though. And I think Alabama will probably help them out along the way.
And you think Auburn can hold Alabama to 27? That's a low-scoring game, 27-10.
What has Alabama done, though, in all honesty, in the recent weeks that makes you think that they're going to score 40 or 50?
Nothing,
except the
other than they're not away. But
I think the only way Alabama has that type of game is if kind of the dam breaks on Auburn and the emotion wears off and you get deflated, knowing. I mean, and I don't know that would happen. I'm just saying that. If you start to get the emotion of realizing, well, this is it for Coach Cadillac, he's not getting the job, our season's over, and
yeah, if they go down 14 at any point, that's probably it.
And that could happen. I'm not saying it will.
It could, but I know that defensive line played awfully good last year down in Jordan-Hare Stadium, and they gave all kinds of problems. And
Jace is running the football so well right now. If Jace has a big game opening things up for Bryce, that's when I think it could get ugly.
That's Tyler Watts, the Watts Agency. Tell us again, and great question. It's already flown by.
I got it right here.
But it wants to know if you're available in the Montgomery area, the Watts Agency.
Absolutely. We're actually licensed to sell insurance in the entire Southeast, outside of Mississippi. Can't help those guys out. But, Florida, Georgia, the Carolinas, Tennessee.
So, Lane, if you're
or
watching.
Wisconsin.
Lane, if you're watching here in a few weeks, Tyler can be your guy, right?
You got to move to Alabama.
Ain't that far. That's right.
Yeah. So Montgomery, yes, on the Watts Agency. One more time, how they can get in touch with you?
205-664-4444, or you can come visit us at the office. Give us a call beforehand, though. A lot of crazy folks out there.
Yeah. Watts Agency.
What do you vet them on the phone?
Yeah, man.
They sound normal.
Hey, I want to come see you. Yeah. All right. I work in Trustful.
Jim, stop calling. All right, Tyler Watts there with us. When we come back, we will do Rockstars Playhouse today, the show being brought to you in part by our friends at the Floribama. We'll be down there in a couple of weeks getting you ready for Army-Navy.
Yeah, I can't wait to get down to the Floribama for the, what is the date we're going down?
December 9th. It's the 9th and the 10th.
Yeah, we're going to be doing regular show on the 9th from 9 until 1. And then on the 10th, the day of the game, we're going to be doing 11:30 to 1. But the Floribama, as you know by now, is the #1 beach bar in all of America. They've got incredible events all year long that we were talking about earlier, the chili cook-off, beach concerts, fishing rodeos, marathons, and much more. To check everything out and make sure you come join us in 2 weeks. But go online, floribama.com.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
The real estate market is crazier than it has ever been. ERA King has 52 years of experience, over 200 agents, and they're opening new offices in Homewood, Vestavia, and Huntsville. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you. Text the word MOVE to 35620 to get started. That's the word MOVE to 35620. It's a crazy market. That's why you need our friends at ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
The Alabama Head Injury Foundation strives to improve the quality of life for survivors of traumatic brain injury and for their families. Whether the injury is mild or severe, the life of the injured person and their family is changed forever. The impact can be both emotionally and financially devastating. AHIF provides the information to help clients and families understand the results of injury. AHIF helps access available resources and provides services and programs which meet the unique needs of individuals with traumatic brain injury as well as spinal cord injury in certain programs. Find out how you can help at ahif.org.
Football season is here and fall is coming. Call Adam, Chad, and the guys at Hemp Hill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services is a locally owned and operated independent Trane dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now. Trust the name. Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Call 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
You know who's sneaky good in our DraftKings games up here?
Who?
Little Taylor Corn.
Little T?
Our social media director. I'm having an unbelievable early session on DraftKings. Every time I'm checked, she's about 6 points ahead of me.
Yeah, she's paying attention. Somebody's helping her. She's got a service.
Checked. You think she has a service?
Yep.
Yeah, like I got Bijan. I got a running back from Tulane. They're having good mornings. I get on there, boom, I'm 6 behind. Yep. Little T out there. We'll do Rockstars Playhouse in just a second. Part of our show is being brought to you by our friends at Greystone Chiropractic. Brown's guy will help you just feel better this holiday season. All that stress, get that stress worked out.
Well, yeah, you can do that at Greystone Chiropractic. It's great for that, just off 119, 280 in Tattersall Park. But they also have Element Wellness. ElementWellness.me right there under the same roof. Holistic nutrition consulting, red light therapy, infrared sauna, cryotherapy, IV vitamin therapy, everything that makes you look good, feel better, heal better. It's right there with Element Wellness. ElementWellness.me. That is ElementWellness.me under the same roof as Greystone Chiropractic, 28119 in Tattersall Park.
A couple of things from the Egg Bowl last night. Forrester, if you can. Let's go first with a former coach who noticed the outcome of the Egg Bowl on Twitter last night. Look at the verified account of who points out that Mississippi State wins the game. Yeah, that's Brian Harsin with the blue check mark, retweeting that Mississippi State wins it 24-22.
How about that? Hars keeping up with the outcomes now, huh? Want everybody to know.
Why would he care?
Because Lane Kiffin's about to take the Auburn job, and I think he's just trying to...
Pointing out that he lost the game. That even the coach y'all want is not winning rivalry games.
Hey, you know who got more play than Mike Leach last night was Zach Arnett.
He did, man. I even tweeted that out. I said, I don't know how many of schools have their jets in Oxford tonight, but if I had a jet in Oxford tonight, I'd try to get Zach Arnett to get on the jet.
Yeah, look, I remember bringing him up on our stock up, stock down. I think it was 2020, and that guy. He can coach.
They were raving about his A-gap pressure, bringing the guys up there almost on every play, pressuring right up the middle on what Jackson Dart was having to deal with. Speaking of, let's go inside the Mississippi State locker room, Forrester, if you will. I want you to look at this. You think we only smoke cigars after an Alabama or Tennessee win in that rivalry game? Look at that haze of smoke in the state locker room there. See the smoke blowing by?
Oh, yeah.
Smoking the cigars in there after the Egg Bowl win. Remember, that was Leach's first. It was a long win streak going on for Ole Miss, and State finally got one in there. Hail State with the win there last night. And that gets us to Rockstar's Playhouse today. I don't know where Rockstar is going with this, but he has it dialed up and ready to go, just like Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing will do with your roof. When's the last time you had that roof inspected? If it's been a beat, if it's been a while, let Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing inspect your roof today. A free, no-cost roof inspection. All you have to do is call this number, 205-542-3531. 542-3531. Free no-cost inspection. You can also look him up, Greg from Pell City on Facebook. Storm Restoration Roofing, A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. This is Rockstar's Playhouse.
Rockstar's Playhouse, this is Rockstar's Playhouse, this is Rockstar's Playhouse, come out and play. Rockstar's Playhouse, this is Rockstar's Playhouse, this is Rockstar's Playhouse, come out and play.
Let's have some fun. Oh, that sounds swell. You guys have not talked about it that much.
Oh, yeah?
But there is a coaching vacancy at Auburn.
Oh, well, I've heard that.
A bad impressionist got a hold of me and said he had access to some of the people that were interviewed for the job that y'all haven't even talked about.
So this goes beyond like Lane Kiffin and Hugh Freeze?
Yeah.
So
like
new
these
candidates.
Yeah, these are just guys that put their hat in the ring and just see if they could get in. So this bad impressionist just said like, hey, here's my submission. And I was like, I'll let you do it. So you ready for it?
Okay, so this is bad impressions of Auburn coaching candidates.
Well, once I watched it, I was like, these are bad impressions.
Okay, you thought they were good to begin with. All right, gotcha.
Yeah, it's a bit of a situation. You got these kids, the offense, you got the defense, and you got sometimes the special teams. We got to make them better. That's the simple fact. I'm willing to do that. If they do some stuff for me, I'll do some stuff for them. Just some personal favors. And we'll get the thing back on track. You have any other questions, pretty lady? My name is Forrest Gump. People call me Forrest Gump. And I'd like to be your next coach at the University of Auburn. I have some experience in football. I ran for a touchdown for Bear Bryant. I've also met 15 presidents and almost pee-peed on John F. Kennedy because I ate too much Dr. Pepper. I've learned my lesson, and I'd like to teach you guys about lessons. Is there any questions for me? You over there. I have a question. It's an offensive question. What are you going to do about the running game? You want to know about the running game? Well, that's a weird question coming from you, Lieutenant Reporter Dan. You can't run. You ain't got no legs. But you can have some ice cream. Hello. This is my submission for the coaching job vacancy at Auburn University. I don't feel comfortable revealing my identity right now, but you should soon see it if you feel interested, which I think you do. I have a lot to offer. I could win games every now and then, big games. I'm talking, may have a couple lackluster seasons, maybe a couple 5 and 6s. That's fine with me. But I think that you guys would love to have me. Make a chip off the old block, if you know what I mean. if you know what I'm saying, a little Lay's potato chip. If you think you want me to be on your squad, just let me know. Email me at Gustav at mysteryman@yahoo.hotmail. Thank you. So you're wanting the job, but it says here that you have no coaching experience. You do have some management experience. What makes you think that you could fulfill this job at Auburn to make you, the guy to be the head coach?
The bathrobe.
Breaking Bad.
Rockstar's Playhouse, this is Rockstar's Playhouse, this is Rockstar's Playhouse, come out and play. Rockstar's Playhouse, this is Rockstar's Playhouse, this is Rockstar's Playhouse, come out and play.
Not pictured there, Lane Kiffin. The latest that you're hearing, Brownie, in the conversation, we heard from Lane earlier in the show. We'll relive that coming up in our next segment as well when we do our headlines. Everything he said last night about Auburn and staying at Ole Miss. Any buzz, thing changing, trending, tea leaves, anything today?
No, I still expect Lane Kiffin to be the Auburn head football coach. I just think at Auburn, and there seems to be some agreement on this among people that cover Ole Miss, what they're hearing, and people that cover Auburn, what they're hearing, and some of the people I've talked to beyond the media at Auburn, is that Auburn obviously wants to let Carnell Williams coach the Iron Bowl on his own stage under his own spotlight.
Despite having the opportunity to have a national television commercial tomorrow with your new coach.
That's right. And I applaud Auburn for that. I mean, I think Carnell Williams deserves that as one of your own, one of the greats in Auburn history. The question would be, if Ole Miss knows this is coming to an end, they don't really care what Auburn wants. Do they start to leak this out? But I think you could potentially see some movement pretty quickly Sunday or Monday.
That is the latest there. We'll hear what Lane said last night if you missed it earlier in the show, and do our Monday headlines before the game's been played in our next segment. That is coming up in our spotlight. We mentioned it with Tyler in our Precision Sports Update. Texas tight end Jaleel Billingsley not playing today. He's no longer with the team. South Carolina trying to get their 2 running backs back as they play Clemson coming up this weekend. That and a whole host of games going on today, including Alabama basketball tonight against UConn, 8:30 on ESPN. We've gone to the half in Austin, 19-17. Right now a lead for Baylor, right?
Baylor,
as they go to the locker
Baylor
room.
scored late.
Yeah, and Boise State is killing Utah State. They're up 21-0, approaching the half there. Tulane leading Cincinnati 13-10 with just a few seconds left in that half there. So we're about to be at the half, all over the board of the early games, the late games coming up. In the game is where you want to be, and that's what Precision Sports will do for you.
Yeah, 'tis the season to make your plans get moving in 2023. Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics, they encourage you to start out 2023 with less pain. Schedule any elective orthopedic procedures you've been putting off. Make an appointment. Start saving today. PrecisionSportsOrtho.com/providers.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At nextround.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
This is your home. You want a brighter future and a community that's united by action and commitment. And united starts with you. We are United Way. And for almost 100 years, we have served people from all walks of life. That's our united commitment. United starts with you. Give to United Way of Central Alabama.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
The NFL playoffs are just around the corner, and every game matters. Join us on the Next Round and Pepsi every Thursday as we preview the upcoming big games in the NFL weekend. Pepsi and the NFL, a perfect match for your weekend.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
The only place to get the best gear for game day is the Pants Store. 5 great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. You can also order at pantsstore.com and follow the Pants Store on social media. Game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, and game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile. And guys, trust me, this is where your daughters and wife want to shop because of all the in-style fashions made especially for them. It's the Pants Store, Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and coming soon to Hoover and Auburn.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Some of you are gathering right now are on your way to watch England and USA in the most significant World Cup game of our lifetime is what we're being told. Maybe the Americans have a chance today, plus 600 to win, plus 320 to draw. Iran already beat Wales earlier today, which was a huge, huge outcome for America's chance to advance out of pool play at the World Cup that's ongoing. Week 13 of college football is underway. We gave you a scoreboard update. We're about to do our Monday headlines in a second, but first our show being brought to you in part by the great folks at Nichols Outfitters,
who are doing their end-of-the-year sale still there at Nichols. Select items 30 to 50% off. If you were looking for a holiday gift for an outdoorsman, it is now the Christmas season. Take advantage of this opportunity to get something great for a great deal. 30 to 50% off select items right now until 2023. Nichols Outfitters, exit 242 off I-65 in Pelham. Online, nicholsoutfitters.com.
Brett's over in the Vulcan Tire chat room talking up Bama and Bourbon. That's out there today. Don't forget the new Next Round Cocktails is out there. All that for your viewing and everything before we watch the Iron Bowl tomorrow at 2:30. But right now, it is headline time. Everybody's got one, 4 headlines. You got one, Rockstar, today?
I do.
All right, let's do it. Hit the spotlight. Brought to you by Baumhauer's.
The Baumhauer's Spotlight.
Like the game's already been played. Monday's headlines today.
Hey, and our friend Bob Baumhauer, the first to deliver Alabama's Taste of Wings way back in 1981 at Wings and Things in Tuscaloosa. 40 years, 4 concepts, 14 restaurants later. Bob's still serving up great food and hospitality to the people and visitors of Alabama. And if you're looking for a place to watch great games, stop into one of those locations of Baumhauer's.
We'll go me, LT, and then you two on
All right.
your pre-made headlines. I think Louisville beats Kentucky tomorrow.
The Cards over the Cats.
So we'll go to either the Lexington Herald Leader or the Louisville Courier-Journal, whichever one. They'll both have the same headlines, ironically. 52 Cards pickup. UL reads UK's last will. 52 Cards pickup. UL reads UK's last will.
That's a play on Will Levis, I think, isn't it?
It is,
Yeah.
and the death of Will Levis. In fact, if you see any commercial breaks on our show starting Monday's live show, in any of the commercial breaks, there's some black spacing and holes. That's because Will Levis has left UK, and Forster doesn't know what to run in the commercial breaks anymore.
I get 52 cards in a deck, but what does 52 card pickup have to do with that?
They score 52. You throw your cards on the floor, and you have to pick up 52.
Oh, so they're scoring 52 points.
52 points in this fabricated headline.
Yeah, I tell you what.
Well, that's not real.
If Louisville scores 52 points on Kentucky's defense, you can have Lance's other testicle.
UL reads.
Why does Jim get it?
I got one.
And why are you holding on to the other one so bad?
I got it. It's called blackmail.
Let's see if we can break down LT's headline.
Mine is out of the Oregonian. Bo Mo's Beavers.
I think we can break that down. Yes. Yeah, I think we can figure that one out.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
So one more Oregon State game this year, everybody.
Very different than back when Patrick played at Auburn. Bo going to play his rivalry game against Oregon State.
Yeah, you know, because like Bo Jackson knows things.
That's right.
But Bo Mo's.
That's right.
Beavers.
He does.
Very simple headline.
You should have images. That'd be great. Or drawings.
Mine needs some
drawings.
Welcome to Mo's, is what he said there.
Mine needs some explanation before you pop it up there, Rockstar. Notre Dame Playing USC. They got a kicker named Zach Yoakum. Mm-hmm. When I say Yoakum, you think of who?
Dwight Yoakam.
Dwight Yoakam.
The Cadillac man.
Guitars and Cadillacs.
Yeah.
He was also in a famous movie. Well, like you can pull it up right now.
Oh, he was one of the best characters of all time.
That's right. Late Yoakum kick, Sling Blades, Hapless Trojans. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That's in the South Bend, Indiana Daily Reader.
You like them fried potatoes?
Mm-hmm.
Mustard.
Also, some pro news in there, too. What's that on page 2, right, Star?
Sean McVay announces surprise retirement from Rams. Kroenke family wants Jimbo Fisher next.
Oh, my gosh.
God,
That's pretty. How is that only on page 2?
I'd give my left testicle for that to happen.
And the U.S. men's national team say they felt strange feeling fall over team just before game. Huh? Don't read that.
Weird. Oh, it goes back to Dunaway's stake bet, I bet. He put the stake bet on the U.S., and they just had this weird feeling for it. I bet that's what that is.
Oh, no.
How'd you get that headline so quick?
Huh?
It
Well,
makes
it's Sunday.
until today.
It's Sunday.
Oh.
It's Sunday.
That's so quick.
Yeah, well, we're here at the South Bend, Indiana Daily Reader.
You turned that in Wednesday?
Yeah, I did not. I do my own. I don't have to turn mine in.
Okay, what do you have, Rocky? By the way, Brown is the weird feelings, the landmine. I've got the Americans plus the goal and a half. I'm sorry for being a freaking patriot. Go ahead.
Yes, that's more patriotic.
Cadillac pulled over in the Kiffin lane. If you see who the police officer is.
It's Jimmy Rain.
What we have is a problem to communicate.
That's right.
And you
Boy!
got Hugh Freeze left on hold for 86 hours.
He's still waiting. Now I got to hang up.
And then Iron Bowl interrupts the coaching shift.
Hey, go back to the cop that's pulling over Cadillac.
Oh, Jimmy Rain?
No.
Oh.
That's old Lane Kiffin.
Oh, Jimmy Rain's in the car.
Can
My
you
apologies.
take a coach serious that took that picture?
He was at Tennessee
Well,
at
that's
the
the beginning
time.
of his career.
Yeah, it was very early in his career, Lance. He's matured much since then.
I just loved Knox last night.
Akio was having the game of his life, wasn't he?
Fantastic. And sure enough, they catch it afterwards. He goes up to Will Rogers, who rips the towel off, hands it right to him.
They do the half bro hug.
They do the half bro hug. I mean, he is, and just think that Knox right now, whether he stays in Oxford or goes to Auburn, Knox is what? Is he 12?
Yeah, somewhere around there probably.
I mean, he's on top of the shoulders doing the fire extinguisher. He knows all the other players' cell numbers of the other quarterbacks and stuff. And he's just now about to hit his teenage years. That kid, his next 10 years
living his
are
best
going to be
life.
a blast.
They are living his best life.
And look who his dad is.
It's going to be
He's
a
going to be
blast.
exposed to things.
Yeah, well, they might end up rooming together.
All they do is chest bump.
No, I'm not going to go there. That's what Rockstar and all of us are thinking about for our Mondays headlines. It's brought to you by our friends at Baumhauer's.
Hey, get in, watch these Black Friday games, and enjoy the Alabama hot chicken from Bob's own personal recipe. He now keeps locked away. Baumhauer's bringing you the newest, greatest featured item, fresh southern fried chicken breast, smothered in that tangy blend of herbs, spices, honey, and apple cider vinegar. It's got that spicy finish, served with a side of homemade smoked Gouda cheese grits, Miss Mary's southern greens, and garlic bread, available for lunch or dinner at Baumhauer's Victory Grill.
Rockstar, can you give me cut number 3 before we take our next break? Mike Leach, after the win in the Egg Bowl. You saw the cigar smoke that they had in the locker room. Mike Leach leaves that cigar-filled locker room in Oxford and goes in and does this news conference. Here's Mike Leach.
I never cough. You guys know that. I never cough. But that locker room looks like it's on fire right now. It looks like a damn dumpster fire, well, they're pretty cranked up. I mean, they're really cranked up. And then I think that, the better we get, the more we'll be able to hoist trophies. And if that's all it takes, I'm going to invent a trophy for every game.
He coached a good game last night. You got to give him credit.
Zach Arnett coached a really good game last night.
Oh, Leach did too now.
Yeah.
I mean, I thought Leach
I
coached
thought there was
pretty
some
good.
bad calls, but I mean, I thought he played to the weather and he threw Ole Miss off.
Yeah. I mean, he stayed committed to the run. I mean, what did I tell you earlier? 27 runs?
He did run the football. He did.
I mean, when they didn't get any yardage out of it, 37 runs, 97 yards. That's a commitment to keeping the ball on the ground even when you're not having success.
Did you see he was about to be the first Egg Bowl participant to lose his first 3 Egg Bowls and still come back for the next year? Nobody else had ever done that.
Wow.
The other 2 people who had been allowed to lose their first 3 Egg Bowls did not return as the coach.
Yeah, one of their names was something weird.
Slick. Slick Dick somebody or something like that.
Hey, I'm old Slick Dick. Oh, I know. I know.
You want to coach our football team, sir?
Don't take snaps from me real quick. I'm center. Don't do that shotgun BS.
All right, our final thoughts on this rivalry weekend when we come back. Brought to you in part by our friends at Bromberg's. LT, tell us about our friends at Bromberg's who can help you with that holiday gift.
They really can. I mean, if you're thinking about popping the question, our friends at Bromberg's, they are the diamond specialists. Since family-owned and operated since 1836, Bromberg's has established that solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. They've also got an extensive giftware department to service the registry of brides and grooms right here in Birmingham. Go see our friends at Bromberg's. 2 great locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also view their online store, brombergs.com.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Holly Mack Wilson is not your normal Keller Williams agent. With too many certifications to count, she is now in the top 2% of all Western Alabama real estate agents. That means she's more qualified to help you buy or sell a home, better trained in negotiating the best deal possible, and now can help you buy or sell a home anywhere in Alabama. From Huntsville to Gulf Shores or anywhere in between, call Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or visit hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, an anywhere in Alabama realtor.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or alfaromeousa of Birmingham.com. Like financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
Is that the sound of an ooey gooey cheesy crunchy slice of P-I-Z-Z-A? Obviously, but as good as that sounds, we think it can get even better. Oh yeah, that's the sound of a freshly opened fizz-filled Pepsi. The only thing that can take this flavor medley of crunchy dough, mouth-watering cheese, and savory sauce to the next level. How about another bite? Pepsi and pizza sound like a match made in heaven and taste even better. Pizza, better with Pepsi. That's what I like.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. You're not average, and the New Balance Birmingham store has the shoes and apparel to perfectly match your unaverage self. If we were all shaped the same and had the same level of fitness, and if we all walked and ran exactly alike, well, then I guess an average shoe store selling average shoes would be just fine. But you deserve better. At the New Balance Birmingham store, our specialists will match you with a custom pair of New Balance shoes that fit you perfectly. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store. Your feet will thank you.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy-to-listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
All right, final segment here is where we pick the games for the weekend. To all of you that won throughout the year that are participating right now in our championship, does Lunsford, did you have a loose number guesstimation of how many people are participating that had balls in the bucket this year?
I believe it was 434.
434 individuals, separate individuals participating in our Buffalo Wild Wings Pick 3. Do we want to do the song one last time, Rockstar?
Yes, please.
One last time, brought to you by B-Dubs. Before LT tells us about B-Dubs, one last time this football season.
Oh, my God.
Pick three, it's time for the pick three. 3 for you and 3 for me, that equals a pick 3. Say goodbye to your family, it's time for the pick 3. Only time that I'm happy is when it's time for pick 3.
Who's going to win? Let's take a look at the standings. It's 19-17, 18-18. Boy, I need a Hail Mary here. Let me call 2 timeouts real quick before I run this 2-point play. It's all brought to you by our friends at Buffalo Wild Wings.
12 locations in the Birmingham Central area, including those locations, new locations in Chelsea and Oxford. The place to be. Football Saturdays and Sundays, including today, is Buffalo Wild Wings. 20 years in the market, serving up the absolute best sports atmosphere and wings around. And don't forget about that takeout app. It's available at Buffalo Wild Wings.
All right, here we go. I know you have no reason to trust me, but if you want to win, here's a 3-0 for you. I'm going to take Louisville plus the 2.5 at UK. I like Southern Miss minus 3.5 at ULM. And then I like Kansas State minus 11.5 as they play at home against Kansas with a spot in the Big 12 championship game on the line. I don't care who the quarterback is. Kansas State wins this game. Kansas has sort of not been the same since they got bowl eligible. So those are my 3 winners, UL, USM, and KSU.
I've got UAB.
Oh, look at the Blazers.
Getting bowl eligible, minus 18.5 on the road against Louisiana Tech. Again, Dwayne McBride has 5,000 yards. UTSA at home against UTEP, minus 17.5. 2 big CUSA favorites there. And then finally, I've got Wazoo in the Apple Cup, plus 1.5, taking down Washington.
I'm going to go to good old-fashioned hate. I think 36.5 is too many. Georgia Tech will get in under that number of 36.5 against the Bulldogs.
Slow it down. Just play it
slow it down, shorten the game. I like Ohio State minus the 7.5 in the big game.
OH?
O-I-O. Sorry,
I-O.
do it again.
OH?
I-O. I had to think about it for a minute.
You almost went 7 dwarfs on me.
I-O. And then I'm going to go to the Civil War. Give me the Beavers, as Lance's headline indicated.
That is a good Beaver, Brown.
Thank you. I had to draw it in the break. Plus 3.5. Rockstar, I got a head start on Upset Alert. I don't know if you've noticed. I draw that early in the day.
Yeah, you got. Well, no, that's actually, I'm being a complimentary.
Oh,
That is
really?
a good Beaver.
Oh, thank you. I got it stuffed yesterday. Plus 3.5. That's my pick 3.
Oh, all right. So what games are you looking most forward to?
USC.
USC.
There's only 2 games that mean anything this weekend.
The TCU game and the USC game?
The
TCU
game, Ohio State,
Let
Michigan.
TCU lose this one, see how important it is.
that game matters.
Yeah. You don't think Iowa State has a shot?
No, but I mean, the 2 most impactful games are Ohio State, Michigan. And
how does that play out for you, Ohio State, Michigan?
I think Ohio State dominates an 11 o'clock game. I can't touch it.
Yeah, but you sort of agree with Brown.
Yeah.
So do
you
I.
like all 3 of mine, don't you?
I mean, if Blake Corum was healthy, I'd feel different about this game.
I do too. Blake Corum's a big story there.
Yeah, I don't know, but the 36.5, I have no idea.
It's just a big number.
Yeah,
it's a huge number. But even Edwards has been banged up, backup running back. You know, he's coming off the hand injury, so that bothers me a little bit. Those 2 are the biggest. I think Notre Dame gets USC.
Wow.
What was the stake bet you wanted? Quickly. What was it? There was.
I'll take Sanford scoring more points than Robbie Ashford passing yards.
I'll take
tomorrow.
Robbie Ashford passing yards to Sanford basketball points.
Okay.
Right
tonight.
Sanford basketball tonight. Robbie Ashford tomorrow, and that's our New York Butcher Shop stake bet update. That one's for you. He said what? Until next time. God bless you, and God bless America. We're back with you 9 a.m. Central on Monday. Thank you guys. Enjoy the weekend.